there. It's me. Hey, it's Forrest. And I'm joined today by my co-host, Forrest. It's just Forrest. It's just me. It's just me today. How are you, dear audience? I am also good. Glad to see you. Today on Cause I Wanta, we're taking political calls mainly. It is lefties versus MAGA, I think is what the title of the show was set as. But of course, lines are always open for theists as well, and for anybody who has a position that they want to try to defend that differs from the ones that are expressed on this channel. We're not here to preach or proselytize. We're here to discuss and debate. And while this is a show run by us, and so we may occasionally go off on a rant or two, the point is to open the lines to people who want to defend their positions, either about why they're voting for Donald Trump, despite that being an objectively awful thing to do, or why they believe in some higher power, despite the fact that that is an objectively awful thing to do. We're here for your homophobes, for your transphobes, for your conservatives, for your right-wing extremists, for your MAGA or die Republicans, for the people who believe that the Democrats have sent the hurricanes with their particle accelerator in the Gulf of Mexico, or whatever the hell the conspiracy theory is at this particular moment. We're here for you. We're here to talk to you, and we're here to actually flesh out your ideas. If you want to tell us what you believe and why, that number on the bottom of the screen is working for you, 720-619-2288. Or if you don't want to call in using the actual phone lines, you can call in using the web link down in the description. That's what we're here for. That's what the show is all about, and we're doing it because we want to. I do have an amazing producer tonight. The producer tonight is Arden. Arden is a really, really cool person. She's a good friend of mine, and she's producing right now, and I should ask her, are we waiting, or are we jumping in?
I think you can jump in if you want. The only thing I'll add is that while you were like, hey, call in if you're a theist, we can maybe do that, although I didn't specifically instruct our screener to have this first caller change his topic because it was only about theism. We really want to keep it focused on politics if we can, so please try to aim that way. But yes, Trump voters or anti-Kamala or third party, we'll take all of those, so go for it.
Yeah, I think that is the main point. I talked to Jimmy earlier on, and we have one person in particular out there that I know has been threatening is the wrong word, assuring that they can call in and destroy us in a theistic debate. I always want to offer it. You know what I mean? I always want to offer it. I always want to throw it out there. But we'll go ahead and jump right in. We'll go ahead and get started with the Forrest and Only Forrest show. Jimmy's not coming. He's not going to be here. It's just me. We've got. Let's see here. Okay. Scott, pronouns he, him, calling in from itty bitty donuts. That's too many syllables. I think a lot of Americans don't agree with Republican or Democrat, and if they don't live in a swing state, they should vote third party, get them on the map in the future. We've had this conversation a few times on this show, so we'll start right here. Scott, you are on the line with Forrest and Only Forrest. How are you doing?
Hey, good. How are you, Forrest?
Never had a bad day. Have we spoken before about this exact topic, you and I? Because I know I've talked about this topic with somebody on this show, and I wonder if you're a repeat caller.
No, I called the show one other time, but you weren't on it, and it wasn't about this topic. Okay. I don't even remember.
That's fine.
It was more religion.
That's fine. I get all the calls mixed up in my brain because I just do these shows so often. So I just want to make sure that I'm not going to be, rehashing anything with you. Okay. So what exactly do you mean? I read what's here on the call screen, but maybe you have a little bit more that you want to dig into.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's too much more to it, but I don't know. I'm sure there's I know there's a lot of people out there that are super excited to vote Republican just about every election. And there's a lot of people out there that are super excited to vote Democrat every election. And then there's a lot of people who are kind of like, I don't really like either choice at all. And, I kind of feel like both parties aren't really representing the interests of the American people. And I feel like a viable third party might, sorry, I think I just heard you beep in. Was I breaking up?
No, I didn't. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just interjecting that I agree with you that both of our political parties are in the business of pretending that they don't work for anybody else besides billionaires. You know what I mean? That's kind of the whole, or that they do work for anybody else besides billionaires who can pay lobbyists to pay them to buy their votes. And so, like, I agree with that. My issue is like the fact that I don't think it's a secret to say the third party vote is not really a viable strategy for success, especially considering the fact that we don't really have any third-party candidates at this moment that I know of that are actually going to show up on any ballots. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't know of any of them that actually are on a ballot that I would have liked.
You're saying there aren't any third-party candidates on a ballot at all, or just that you would have liked?
That I would have, because I'm sure Jill Stein's on a ballot again, but I'm not, I wouldn't take that seriously either at this moment.
Yeah, gotcha.
But like, if you talk about like, I think it was Claudia and Karina. Sure, let's talk about that. Like, I'm not an expert on their policies, but I know that I agree with a lot more of what they said of the little bit of them that I got to hear. But at the end of the day, I can still be realistic about the fact that, like, I don't think they're in it to win right this second. I don't think that's a possibility, because even if they get a ton of votes, we still have an electoral college to deal with. And at the end of the day, it would take a extreme movement to make that happen for them. You know what I mean? So, like,
yeah, for sure.
At the end of the day, the whole thing still stands that, like, if you're not voting against Trump, you're voting for him. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah. So maybe I'll just kind of finish up the last little bit of my explanation and thoughts on it, because I wouldn't argue that, like, if somebody votes for a third party, like, it's going to help them win this election. I mean, it's not. My opinion's more thinking like long term. I think if over 2 or 3 election cycles we can, get a third party to a viable state, then I think it creates a better opportunity for our country to fix a lot of the problems that you talked about with, like, billionaire donors just donating to either side or both sides, that they can have the corporate interests represented and all of that. And so I totally get where people don't want to end up in a situation where, if they're Republicans, they don't want Harris in because they're scared to death of her. And if they're Democrats, they're scared to death of Trump and they don't want him in. And so they want to vote for the person that they're less afraid of, or that they feel is the, better of the two options. But I feel like that only makes sense if that person's in a swing state. Like, I live in Idaho. Idaho's going to go to Trump no matter what. Like, whether I vote for him or I vote for Harris, it doesn't matter. But if I could vote for a third party, I think that's where I'm having more of an impact on, like, where our politics go in the future. And same thing for someone who, like, lives in California. If they vote for Kamala or Donald, it doesn't really matter, because, like, she's going to win California. But if they want to have an opportunity to try to change where our politics have been heading and get those corporate interests out, and they feel like there's a third party that can help achieve that, that's where I would say, like, I think that they could have more of an impact on, on our political discourse long term by voting for a third party, trying to create a viable third party, as opposed to voting for one of the two candidates, unless they're in a swing state. If they're in one of the swing states,
I hear where you're coming from. I would disagree on 2 points. Number one is that you say that, like, it's actually only beneficial in a swing state. I would argue that it's more damaging in a swing state, because in a swing state, a state that actually matters in terms of the outcome of the election, then if you are not voting for Kamala Harris, you are helping Donald Trump, because that massive number of voters necessary to actually make a Green Party candidate viable isn't going to happen. And even if it did happen and one of the swing states were to go to Jill Stein or whoever, great. Then that's a lot less ground that Donald Trump has to worry about winning in order to actually win the election. So at the end of the day, the election is unfortunately way too goddamn close, considering the fact that, everything we know about Donald Trump. And so voting third party, especially in those states, is going to be harmful to the outcome of this election. Also, when we talk about when we talk about other places that you can vote for this person and say that like this is a statement, it's going to affect the political discourse of the country in the long run, it's going to help the movement, so to speak, it's going to make people understand this is a viable thing for later. I would just ask you to consider just how long third-party voting has been a thing. Like I can think back decades of media talking about how I'm going to protest vote. I'm going to vote for Alfred E. Newman. I'm not going to vote for either of these candidates. None of the candidates represent me. None of the parties represent the American people. This is not news. This is stuff that's very, very, very old news. And so for you to say that this time they'll listen and this time we'll be closer to getting people to understand that we need better options. Yeah, the two parties that are currently in control of this country are very fine with you saying that this is the way that you're going to protest a little bit longer because it keeps them doing what they're going to do. What's actually beneficial is small elections and making large change in Congress to get rid of the Electoral College and to get rid of the two-party system overall, not making protest votes in an election that actually really seriously matters, not just for our country, but for like lots of countries and for America's standing on the world stage as a whole. So like, I think at this point, I you don't have to like it, but you do have to decide which of these two people is worse. And unfortunately, that's just kind of where we have to sit. And it sucks ass. And nobody's saying it doesn't suck ass. But I don't think a third-party vote is reasonable in this moment any more than it has been ever in our country.
So and just maybe to clarify, because your first point, I totally agree. I might have just not explained correctly what I was saying. Is I think that if people live in a swing state, they should vote for the lesser of, or say the lesser of two evils, or whoever they feel like is less worse candidate for America. I think that's totally fine. I'm talking about, say, for myself, like living in Idaho, it's going to go to Trump no matter what. And there's certain things that, like if a third party, they don't even have to win any states, but if they get like 5% of the popular vote nationwide, then they get more ability to try to qualify for debates. They get funding from the Federal Election Commission and things like that,
Sure,
that can help give legitimacy to help them like kickstart things. And so that's where I'm talking about where, yeah, if you're in a swing state, like vote for one of the two parties, because really, like if you're outside of one of those 10 states, your vote's not really going to impact the election if you vote for a Republican or a Democrat, because your state's already going to give all of its electoral college votes to, whoever the person is who, always wins that state. And so I think you could have more of an impact if you're not in a swing state by voting for a third party to try to get them above that 5% threshold, give them more opportunity to get media time, debate time, public funds and all that kind of thing.
I hear where you're coming from, but I still think that there's a lot of a better way to do it. And that is before the election, pushing these people to the front of the how do you say, moving the what's the term, the window, you know what I'm saying? The window
Overton
of what we're able
window.
to talk. Overton window. Thank you so much. I kept thinking Bechtel test, and I'm like, that's not what this is. But moving the Overton window to a point where we're actually taking these candidates seriously in like a news media level, that's a totally different conversation than the one that we should be having in the middle of a very important race. It is unfortunate that for the past several races, we've had to say that democracy is on the line and mean it. We have a guy right now who is not only like actually detrimental to the lives, no, I was going to say just happiness, but actual lives of women and LGBTQ people, but is also detrimental to the continuation of the democratic experiment in this country, who has said openly that if Christians get him elected, they will never have to vote again. Who has said openly that he will happily be a dictator, but just on the first day. Who is apparently, because of his people that he put on the Supreme Court, able to do literally anything legal or illegal as long as it is an official act by him, including but not limited to assassination. So that is the actual other option. And yeah, I don't like either one of them very much. I like some stuff about Harris. I don't like some stuff about Harris. I hate the fact that she is still not called for an arms embargo to Israel. I hate the fact that she has not publicly denounced genocide. That sucks ass. And I think it would actually be a major boon for her to do that. And I understand entirely where people say, at the end of the day, we're getting a genocidal maniac or a genocidal maniac, which is going to be worse. Yes, absolutely. And that is a reasonable thing to be upset about. But the rest of the platform also exists too. And that's going to cause more harm here. And so we can either have horrific human harm or horrific human harm and also a bunch of human harm here in America as well. And to say that you're going to, at this point, man, they both suck and we just got to do what we can to try to get this third party seen. The time to do that was the whole last couple of years. Right now is the time to swallow the bile and just fucking vote for Harris so that you protect the people in this country who need protecting, because we already know that they're both going to be largely the same on what's going on overseas. And in a lot of other ways. And in a lot of other ways. I will shut up after this, but also in a lot of other ways, because at the end of the day, they're both capitalists as well. And they're both, the fucking American politicians as well. And so like there's a lot there to talk about that we can be criticizing her for. But at the end of the day, she's better than Trump, is all I'm saying. Yes, you may ask me a question.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, like, so, I mean, do you feel like, say, for example, me voting in Idaho, or if there's a listener voting in California or whatever, like a state that's party set, like we already know where that state's going to go. Do you feel like that person is having an impact on the election if they vote for a Republican or a Democrat, even though that state and its electoral college votes are already totally set?
It is deeply frustrating where you're coming from. And I understand where you're coming from. It's deeply frustrating that we live in a country where at the end of the day, in a lot of places, yeah, your vote means little because somebody else is going to decide who you meant. We've seen that both at the primary level and at the general level. But I still think it's worth doing. Way too many people died for your ability to cast that vote. And I think you should do it. And then also go out and protest. I don't think that should be the only thing that you do. But have it, I think it's a lot more impactful to say that, to go out with your, to go out and protest and petition and say, listen, our candidate won the popular vote and lost the election. That's fucked up. We need to talk about it. I think that's a much stronger statement than saying, these two assholes fought it out, but like a tiny percent of America, less than 5%, kind of wanted this third thing. And now we can extrapolate on what that means. Does it mean that we want this other option? Does it mean that we're protesting the only two options? Does it mean that we want to do, what is, but just to say, hey, the system's fucked. The fact that this person can get more human beings voting for them, but because this landmass was dedicated to this other guy, the other guy wins, that's a much more powerful argument to make and a more powerful statement, and will be more publicly acceptable moving forward. That's my opinion anyway.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I'm sure that, sorry?
Oh, I was just going to say, I wouldn't discourage. I don't think someone has to have voted for, say, for example, if because I feel like Harris is probably going to win the popular vote, but if then Trump wins the electoral college and wins the presidency, I think somebody could still have a reason to go out and protest that, even if they didn't vote for Harris. Maybe they voted for a third party candidate. I don't think they lose their right or ability to protest the fact that, the electoral college stood in the way of, straight democracy of who the majority of the country wanted to win. So I'm with you there, but I feel like people still can protest even if they did vote third party. And, again, I mean, my point is just simply like, I don't think that, I'm thinking more long-term. Like, I think I can protest and I can have all those conversations. I can vote at the local level, say for a Democrat or Republican, or maybe in a third party if I feel like there's a viable one, but there's not really in most local elections. But if we I mean, I feel like most Americans, they see what both Republicans and Democrats are doing. And I don't think that we're going to get out of that by voting for more Republicans or Democrats. I don't think we're going to get out of it at all. The rules have kind of been rigged for the establishment. But I feel like our best bet, if we're going to be able to do it, you know, is to have some type of third party that is representing more of the interests of the people and getting to that stage long term. I just don't think we ever do that if, you know, if states are voting Republican or Democrat, because I would argue that's more throwing away their vote because that state's already going to go, like it's already been decided. So they could have more of an impact on the long-term politics, even if they can't impact short-term right now.
Yeah, I just don't think it's worth the risk. I think it's a massive privilege to be able to do something like that and accept the fact that it's like, yes, it fucking sucks that at the end of the day, we kind of know where it's going, but I just don't think that's worth the risk. I'm sure that Jimmy Snow has something to say about it if he were here, but he isn't, because this is just Forrest's show, as I've established earlier.
Forrest Valkai has a podcast.
He does not. He does not.
Never will. I don't never say never, man. It's the good life, the podcasting, when you're just like, I've given up on giving you quality. I'll just give you quantity. What are you talking about? Whether or not it's worth voting third party because the third parties aren't matching the perfection of what your actual vote is. And so if you can't get somebody who actually matches your values, you'd rather not vote at all?
As a matter of fact, that is what we were talking about. We were talking about moving the Overton window to the point where third parties are actually taken seriously and how getting them a certain percent of the vote would actually land them some sort of national attention. And so in the long run, it's better for them to do that. And I was pointing out the fact that like that's been the
privilege
for the past. That's been the idea for a very long time, and it hasn't really worked at all. And so we kind of settled on the idea that, the Electoral College fucking sucks, but that's no reason for us to not continue to have to live in this system and protest it appropriately. And Scott was just wrapping up his thoughts, and we've been on this call for 15 minutes or 17 minutes. I was about to move on, unless you have something else you want to throw out there.
Yeah, I just can't relate. The third party thing doesn't make any sense because more literally, if you look throughout history to go like, now's the time to give up when if you are, I assume, a leftist calling in with this position, as though right now is that power of influence of leftists is going down. That's not the case. It's actually been increasing year over year pretty significantly. And to go like, but I don't want to wait, even though now we're actually seeing things that are paying dividends, can't relate to it that now is the time you would go, boy, that democracy that we were attempting was great, but I'm going to give up right as it might be the case that we're finally getting a say and a place at the table. I mean, literally in the last 10 years, a person with socialist next to their name started winning primaries in an American election. And yeah, he got hosed, but he didn't actually get hosed by any way that wasn't within the rules. And technically, you can't fault the Democrats for making sure that an actual Democrat got their nomination. So yes, we need reform and we need to change things. But the idea that now's the time to let go and now's the fucking times that actually show, it's just sort of like a new age sort of impatience where it's like, oh, something's not immediately turning around. And right now I'm used to things happening at the speed of the Instagram news cycle. So we better just give up and see if blowing up the whole place will work. And so far, that's not causing any blowing up whole places because the ideology is fucked up. Thus far, has resulted in, I don't know, things like Iraq, Afghanistan, what will be Gaza, undoubtedly in the future. You don't actually see that of, oh, wow, we really destroyed this. So now the non-radical people who actually care, they're going to come into this vacuum and take power. The good people will fill the vacuum. Not so much.
Yeah, my whole thing is just like what I want to get across as much as I can is that while I appreciate the noble ambition that you have, Scott, of trying to change the country's voting system and try to get another party on the ballot, maybe even get ranked choice voting out there, get rid of the Electoral College, I agree with all those things. What I'm talking about right now in this moment is harm reduction. And so, like I said earlier, the time to have the conversation that you're trying to have, and the time to actually make these protests and go out there and try to get us into the world and all these things, all those times were several months ago. Right now is the time to just vote for Harris. Yeah, and so like
year of the election, it's always so telling. Like, oh, the campaign elections for the two major parties started, and so now I'm going to campaign in the form of complaining that these are our choices. Which, don't get me wrong, I did that, but I also did shit before that. And so it's just sort of telling where it's like, yeah, right now is when I want to get the word out that 25 days to an election, maybe we should sink this thing and make a bunch of women bleed out because they can't get abortions and condemn a bunch of queer people. It's just the most privileged fucking take from all these Jill Stein idiots who don't recognize that. I'm not saying you're that, Scott. I don't know if that's you, but all these Jill Stein idiots who don't seem at all bothered that actually her team is now admitting and saying out loud that their goal is to sink Harris's chance and try to get Trump elected, to deny her Michigan and shit. What a fucking sack of privileged assholes to do so.
Yeah, and Jimmy, maybe so. I would just add one piece to my argument that I was making to Forrest that just as a little bit more context. But I wouldn't recommend, or I'm not advocating for anyone who lives in a swing state to vote for a third party. I think those people should vote for, a Democrat or Republican, depending on whatever they feel like matches with their beliefs or whatever. My thought is, like, I live in Idaho, it's going to go red no matter what. And so if I throw a vote for Harris, it's not going to make any difference in where Idaho goes from an electoral college perspective. But if I vote for a third
Scott,
party,
you are likely correct. However, this is not the election to play that game, because this is the election that probably is the most set up for upsets there's ever been. And we see that when we look at midterm and not even midterm, special elections in deeply red states when abortion was the thing that they were voting on. We do not know what effect that will have, because it doesn't matter if the polling is actually accurate, that people are actually responding accurately. It actually still won't represent what the final electorate is, because it won't actually represent not who they want to be president, but who actually is motivated to show up. Because we know that only somewhere between 50 and 60% of people even vote in the first place. So no, I wouldn't take that risk, because while I think that there are states that I would say, like you, that one is safe, I don't want to leave that up to a person's personal judgment when there are states that have the potential for upset that right now doesn't seem like it does. When women, I think, are potentially going to be the people who actually save our dumbasses this time around. And I don't actually accept that Idaho is as clear as you think it is.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can't argue with that. I think that I don't know. I mean, my opinion is I feel like Idaho's very set, and I feel like California is very set. There's a number of states that are very, very set. And so I feel like people could have an impact.
Sure, California is easier to say that about, because again, people are definitely going to vote on abortion in California. I'd say the red states are the ones that I wouldn't even consider it. And like I said, internally, there are states I'm not actually worried about the people who do that, but I'm not going to encourage it, because I'm not going to put out a message that leaves open to people's interpretation. Like, well, if it's okay, if he's saying it's okay there, then I guess it probably is okay here. I don't know which candidate you think would actually be any good. Jill Stein sucks.
I'll wait for that. Yeah.
Are you talking about like just of the two candidates, or of any candidates that are out there?
No, of the third parties. Jill Stein is like the main one that people are both leftist and libertarian in some circles sort of pushing for, and she's garbage. She is Russian asset garbage.
Yeah, I mean I don't want to advocate for any specific third party. I'm still like undecided on, like, I probably will vote for a third party, but I'm undecided on who I would vote for of any third party or independent candidates. I'd prefer to stick with a third party.
I hope you change your mind.
Say it again.
I hope you change your mind. I think that even in your state, it is important to have a vote that represents not a vote for Harris, but a rejection of Christian nationalism and overt fascism. So I hope you change your mind about voting third party, because you may not be actually getting to vote for a president. It may not matter, but you do get to signal whether or not you care about women, trans people, queer people, non-Christians, non-fundamentalist Christians, and a third party vote for that, to me, look, it's anonymous, so who the fuck is actually going to know? But Personally, if I was in a lot of people would argue I am in a place that isn't a swing state, and same with Forrest. And yet both of us are going to go, I believe, I don't know if Forrest has said this or not, but I'm going to go vote for Harris in Texas.
Yeah, almost certainly am. Anyway, we've been on the call for about 25 minutes, Scott, and we have several of the people who also want to talk about voting third party. So feel free to continue listening in and see if maybe we can change your mind on some other calls. Okay?
Yeah, that sounds good. I appreciate you both.
I appreciate you, Scott. Take care. Bye-bye. I was doing.
Did you say nice things before I was here?
Yeah, I was really nice to Scott, and I was just trying to be as relaxed and as happy as possible, and just really hear people out today. I'm trying a different thing. Trying to be, instead of my usual self, I'm trying to be like a nice guy and see how that feels. You know what I mean? Just be a little bit smiley.
Earlier, I mentioned to Forrest that I was having a good day, and so I'll probably be pretty nice. And now he's like, "Well, fuck, I'm not going to let him be nicer than me, so I'm going to have to go extra nice." Is what's happening.
What you said was like exponentially funnier than that. You said, "I'm having a good day and I'm really happy, and it'll probably be a bad show because of it." I think
I said, and I'll try to not let that ruin the show. I'm having a good day and I'm quite happy. I'll try to not let that ruin the show.
So funny. I do also want to throw out to the several Jill Stein supporters that have already been popping up in the chat, and to the several people that have said that what's happening in Gaza isn't a genocide. This is the show. you call in. You found us.
What's 619 that meme with the two hands?
Yes,
like dumbasses in the middle.
720-619-2288. Call and tell me that what's happening in Gaza isn't a genocide. I would love to have that conversation with you. And if you believe in Jill Stein and you're voting for Jill Stein, please call and defend her claim that there is no lesser between the two evils of Harris and Trump. Call and tell us about that. Call and explain that one for us, please. Tell me why that isn't just bullshit political rage baiting for her own gain.
Honestly, my biggest problem with Jill Stein is that she is much like Donald Trump, obviously dumb. And look, dumb people should be allowed to exist and have jobs, but we should stop voting dumb people as president. And so if Jill Stein actually had the Democratic nomination, I would be horrified, because I would still vote for her over Trump, but I would be going, okay, I'm voting for a dumb person on my side, and hoping that she'll have a good group of people around her to offset how dumb she is.
It wouldn't feel unlike voting for Biden. It's just a whole thing. But we actually have a totally different kind of call right now. We've got Theo.
At least he made it past city councilwoman. Sorry, go on.
We've got Theo, pronouns he, him, calling in from Truthful Xenon. Talk about noble gases. Being honest with you, that's fucking dumb. We got Theo, says it's just more sense to vote for Trump. Let's talk about it. Theo, you're on the line with Forrest and Jimmy. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you just
fine.
Sure
do. Waiting to excited to have some sense talked into me.
So it says here it makes more sense to vote Trump. I'm dying to know why. Because there's a lot of ways you could take that. None of them are good. So break it down for me very briefly. What does it mean that it makes more sense to vote for Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna give like 4 quick reasons. So the first one is just like it's a section of like competence. So if it was Trump versus Biden, I think we'll all agree Trump will win, but Biden would have beaten Kamala. So I think that just makes sense that Trump should be over.
Let's just go ahead and just correct a couple of things right off the bat. It isn't Biden versus Trump, and Obama beat Biden, and yet Biden was still able to beat. So why don't we get off of Biden? The Biden thing is a totally irrelevant point. And Theo, let's agree, just for the sake of making sure that there isn't any other thing at play, that people's names are pronounced the way they pronounce them. And by now, Theo, she has been your vice president for 4 years. You can put in the effort tonight to call her by her name, which is Kamala, like comma, like the thing, or Kamala, chameleon, or whatever helps you, comma, whatever helps you remember. But it isn't Harris. It isn't Biden versus Trump. So we can just leave that behind. Make it about the competence of Harris versus the competence of Trump, if you like, and call her Kamala or Harris or Madam Vice President. I think that's good, and we can proceed from there,
I'll
Theo.
call her Harris. I'll just call her
Great.
Harris.
Sure.
Can't really say that name. Okay, so that would have been my first point. So no, in any particular order, right? So not in particular order. So that would be my first point.
Mm-hmm.
Second point, I feel like Trump. If you're voting for Trump, you're voting for the person, Donald Trump. While if you're voting for Harris, you're just voting for like the left ideology. Like the politicians on the left, like they don't have anything personal, any personable thing about them. They're just like pawns for whatever the left ideology at that point is. So,
okay, so let's dig into that one. Are you asserting? Let's dig into that one because you're making different points. So let's take that point now.
Yeah,
are you saying that there's nothing of substance that we're voting for when we're voting for Kamala Harris? Are you saying that we're just voting against Trump? We're voting where there's nothing good that she has to offer?
Not specifically. I'm saying more like whatever you vote for Harris, it's just you can take the entire ideology of the left. Like if there is, like if you draw a line and say these are left ideologies, that's basically what you're voting for. While Trump
I love
is not
strongly disagree.
I love
strongly
this point.
Disagree already.
Wait. I don't even need to engage him on that point. I need to engage him on the fact that he thinks Trump is different than this. Hey, Theo?
I do.
What was the biggest thing that Donald Trump accomplished in his 4 years in office? Undoubtedly, every political pundit would say he did one thing that has the biggest impact covering everything. And it's not a policy, but it's a thing only he as the president had the constitutional right to do.
Not sure. I think you want me to say abortion, but that was not really him.
Nope. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices.
Yep.
You agree that's the biggest thing he did? It will have the long term. Right. Falls under the purview. Right. Job. Now you all right. Now listen. I love this. Theo, you believe that he is the man himself, independent from the party influence, and that is better than the left who gives, nope, hang on, Theo, you believe it is better than Kamala Harris, who is just the pawn of the left. Let me ask you, Theo, who chose Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett? If you say Donald Trump, guess what? Nope, you are wrong. You want to take another shot at it?
I do not. That's what I think. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. You're incorrect. And by the way, this isn't things that he or these organizations are shy about. So I'm going to educate you because on your first point, once again, the thing that I love about doing the show is having people call in and reveal the foundation of their very point is not something they are even aware of and can support, because the foundation of your point is undermined by the fact that Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and Brett Kavanaugh were all chosen by the Federalist Society, and the latter two, Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh, were hardly lobbied for individually and chosen by the Heritage Foundation. You know the Heritage Foundation, the one that wrote and is responsible for Project 2025, which Donald Trump claims to have nothing to do with because I never even read the bill, not even aware of what they're talking about over there at Project 2025. But if you go to their website, you go to the Heritage Foundation website, and you go to the Federalist Society, you will find both of them bragging about how basically everything they put in front of him, he signs, even though he doesn't understand what he is signing. So not only are you wrong that he is not influenced by the party, Theo, the people making the most dramatic and important decisions, do you know anything about those two organizations? What would you say their alignment is? The Federalist Society and the Heritage Foundation. If you just had to describe them briefly.
I don't know anything about those organizations. This is honestly
they
the
are
first time
Christian. They are. Yes,
However,
I know that, Theo. I know that this is the first time because only a person who called in to say he is more competent and independent would say those things. But they are in fact Christian nationalist movements who have undermined the human rights of people. Theo, I'm answering for you the question you couldn't answer. Yes, you may talk in a moment.
Okay.
Go ahead, Theo.
Okay. So what I didn't say Donald Trump would not be influenced by the right. I did not mean that. If I said that, that's not what I meant. However, he's not completely if you removed Harris and just put someone else there, it will be the same thing. They just support the views of whatever the left is at that point. My point is Trump has some personable things with him that comes with that, and that could be good or bad.
And I just explained to you why it isn't true, and it's actually more. I just explained to you, Theo. I just explained to you why it wasn't true, and at its core, that not only do those organizations did they pick the Supreme Court nominees, their websites are covered with all of the legislation they got him to sign. That they are the extension of his. The Christian nationalists, which are the most dangerous group in this country, have control of the man. Marjorie Taylor Greene was on the short list last year for vice president. So if you want to sit there and go, oh my God, if the Democrats replaced Harris, it would be a lot of the same. I agree. However, notable that even Harris and her vice president are different, and they're actually trying to not let you know how much they are different. He is being really sweet right now and trying to make sure you are aware that he isn't different. But I'd ask you, Theo, in 2024, this year, when the primaries were going, which party got rid of their candidate in response to most of the country wishing they would? I'll tell you this, both of them were polled, and both of them said most of us would like different candidates. The Democrats got rid of theirs because apparently it is different who you put up. And in 2020, they did that too, where the Democrats actually organized to stop Bernie Sanders for being too different from their mainstream Democrats. So I can give you example after example after example right now of how Democrats actually do see differences and will even adjust to them and try to stop them in some cases, whereas Donald Trump put his little mushroom dick in the Republican Party and has not pulled it out since 2015. Everything you are saying, Theo, is true in reverse about your candidate. I sure can, buddy. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to give you to Forrest now. I feel like I have adequately. Sorry, Forrest, for taking. I just get. I get so excited. It's just. These are silly goose points.
I usually do biology calls. I'm out of my element right now. I'm just here.
I'm going to start stringing a guitar while you two have a good time. I'll be here though.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, no. Yeah.
Yeah. So, that point that I gave, I don't feel that was completely negated by what Jimmy just said. I think Trump has a celebrity charisma type of thing going on for him. And I know there's not a good reason to vote for someone, but at least it gives me that feeling that he's not just a complete puppet, basically.
So
if that makes sense.
So let's just for a second, let's assume that's true. Let's play along with this, because I think Jimmy has thoroughly laid out that literally anybody can make him do anything they want as long as they convince him that it's his idea and that it'll make him look big.
Trump is one of the most stubborn people.
Yes, he is very stubborn, and his ego. So as long as somebody says, hey, this will make you look big and strong and powerful and everybody will take you really seriously, he'll totally do whatever he wants. And if it's something that makes him look foolish, he'll literally draw on a fucking hurricane map with a Sharpie to preserve his tiny, fragile little ego. So the thing, just negating all that, because it's pointless for us to discuss it any further. I think Jimmy's laid it out quite well. Assuming it's true. Assuming that Trump really genuinely just does what he feels and that Harris really does just follow whatever the Democratic platform is, which, again, can't stress enough, is demonstrably false. Isn't that still a problem, considering the things that Trump believes and says are demonstrably awful? So it doesn't matter where the ideas are coming from. The problem is that his ideas and beliefs are stupid.
So why I think that it's good for the political candidate to be that independent type of person is because if you can't convince that person of whatever idea, so basically they're more likely to listen to logical reason than changing the political landscape of what is on the right or the left. Didn't you just say that Trump is way too stubborn to have his mind changed 2 minutes ago? No. I said he's extremely stubborn. However, what do you think is more likely, Trump changing his mind or changing the ideas of the right?
I don't think Trump has any ideas of his own. I'll be honest with you. I think that he just regurgitates the fear-mongering shit that he hears on Fox News and speaks. And so the fact that he has taken, it's been over 8 years and he hasn't learned what a tariff is and how it works. And he just keeps saying that word. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. That convinces me that he is not going to have his mind change anytime soon. However, what we have seen actually happen is that the right, quote, quote, has had to change their opinions and had to change their stances due to intense political backlash several times, to the point where Trump is now out here saying, I didn't kill Roe v. Wade. I never would have killed Roe v. Wade. It wasn't my idea. I didn't do that, trying to distance himself from it, despite the fact that that was the platform he ran on. His justices are the ones that did it. And he is still out here saying, and his vice president are saying, that abortion should be completely legal in all cases and that there should be some sort of punishment for it. But he knows how bad that looks in the public eye, and so he's trying like hell to distance himself from it, as are a lot of Republican candidates. So to answer your question, I think it's a lot more likely that the entire right wing shifts a little bit to try to save face than Trump give up a little bit of his own ego in order to say, hey, I'm wrong, I changed my mind about something.
Yeah, so I don't really want to go into specific with like abortion or trans ideology or anything like that specifically.
Good idea, you'll lose.
Probably not, but I'll just say for the case of abortion, I do not support the reproductive freedom thing, and that's just because it's not fair. So right now, having it just for women is not fair. If they do it for everybody, I have no moral qualms with it. But if it's reproductive freedom for men, women, everybody, then hey, I'm all for it.
Just out of curiosity.
Theo. No. I'll give it right back to you. Theo, I agree with you. That is bullshit. You should be allowed to get an abortion if you get pregnant. And I agree we should give everyone, male or female, no matter who you are, if you are pregnant, you deserve an abortion. And it's bullshit Theo, nobody's trying to fight for your right. No, Theo. Everyone gets the right to an abortion. You too, buddy.
Yep.
Dumb point.
I agree with that.
Right. Yeah, as long as we can do the laws in some way where it says reproductive freedom, so as a man, you have the right to abandon and things like that, hey, I'm all for it.
That's not the same thing. You just asked for asked for inequality, you moron.
Yeah, that is very different. And yes, reproductive freedom, meaning like control over your reproductive organs, right? So like saying that a man has a right to abandon a child is not the same as saying that a woman has a right to decide who is using her body to survive, who is living inside of her uterus. So I'm just going to stop right here just for a second. Be so for real with me right now. You seriously are going to sit here in front of thousands of people and pretend that you do not understand the difference between being financially responsible for a child and having a human being grow inside your body and then crawl out of it. You seriously don't understand that those are different things, genuinely?
Okay. Hold on. So,
that's a yes or no question, Theo. No, that's a yes or no question. Is that really the stance that you're about to take?
No. Yes. That's the part I'm about to say. So
you don't understand the difference, is what you're saying. No, I'm confirming. You don't understand the difference?
I don't understand the difference in the dynamics with man and woman. Man can give birth and do that. However,
cis men can't. But so just to be clear,
so now my question.
So the difference is the difference is anatomical females, whenever they get pregnant, they have to deal with this thing. We have an invasive uterus. It's called a hemocoral. Yes, hemocoral uterus that we have in humans. It's really interesting. You see, what happens is that you actually have that uterus. God damn me. See, I'm all turned around. We have a hemocoral placenta, and the reason why that's exciting is because that means that placenta is actually in direct contact with the maternal bloodstream. It's different than a lot of other mammals. It's really cool. And because that placenta is in direct contact with the maternal bloodstream, they actually have to activate certain retroviral genes in order to suppress their own immune systems, in order to not destroy and eat and attack their own baby. How crazy is that? So like pregnancy is not a benign condition. You have a literal human being growing inside of you. You have massive changes to your organs, to your bones, to your hormone structure. You have immunosuppression going on that has potentially lifelong effects. There's a lot going on there. And on the other case here, when you have an anatomical male who's gotten this person pregnant, they have financial responsibility. See, that's the difference, is that one of them has to lose some of their income, and the other one risks their very life. That's the difference. You see now? Is that helping a little bit?
A little bit, but no. But so now.
Okay, so no, we'll go further then. No, we're going to make sure you understand the difference between having a financial responsibility.
I understand.
We're not moving on from this point because I need you to understand that there's a difference between having a little less money. There's a difference between having a little less money and actually giving birth to a person and losing a tremendous amount of blood, potentially having a rip or a tear in your vagina, having to have a cesarean section where your body's like cut open, nerve damage, tissue damage, lifelong hormonal changes. Those are all different things that actually affect your physical body and potentially could cost you your life. Whereas the other one you need to put in a few more hours at work. You see the difference now?
Agreed.
Is that making sense?
Agree.
Okay, so you do understand that there is a difference between, when we talk about reproductive freedom and reproductive justice, there's a difference between a woman having a right to an abortion and a man not being allowed to abandon the child. You understand those are different concepts, yeah?
No, I still disagree.
Okay, we're going to go back then. We're going to make sure we understand this.
Can you
One
let me
of them
clarify?
is a medical. No, I need you to know that those are different things. It is a different thing to have a medical condition where you have to go to the doctor on a regular basis. You have to get ultrasounds. You have to take vitamins. You have to be checked out because you could literally die giving birth to another person. There's a tremendous amount of stuff that goes into pregnancy. Trust me, I've never been through it myself. Wouldn't want to if I could. But it's a horrible situation. Meanwhile, the other one is that you got somebody pregnant, and now you may or may not be responsible for that child financially. You don't have to have anything to do with the kid. You could walk away still and not have a relationship with the kid, but you may be financially tethered to the kid, considering the fact that their living in the world is at least partially your issue. So, like, do you see that those are different? Are we gotten to the point now where those are different?
Can I ask you a question before I answer that?
No.
Because you've asked me a lot. You've asked me a lot, and I don't think it's fair.
I'm not asking you a lot. I'm asking you one question over and over, and you keep telling me that you do not understand the difference between pregnancy and financial responsibility.
I disagree. I'm saying I disagree, but if you don't let me clarify why, then we're just going to keep doing this. So will you let me clarify why I disagree? Because I understand everything you've said.
But I feel like it's not going to help, because I feel like what you're going to say is that men should have some right to live their life however they want and blah, blah, blah. And you're going to try to compare that to a woman like actually having to deal with real pregnancy in a way that simply is not comparable.
I'm not going to do that. So
cool.
What I was going to ask you is if you can think of any laws in the U.S. that, I guess, differentiates based on biological needs, based on all the sexes. Is there any law that does that?
I like that we already addressed this. Theo, you will have the right to an abortion. The fact that you don't need an abortion and can't really have one, you will have the right to an abortion. All people, in fact, the same laws, shut the fuck up, I wasn't done. The same laws that should allow them to get an abortion will also prevent something like you being compelled to give a kidney you don't need, because the actual laws are about medical and bodily autonomy. So even the example you're trying to say differentiates does not differentiate, because the law shouldn't literally be get an abortion if you want. The law should be medical decisions should be made between a patient and their doctor. And that should fall under the purview. Abortion should fall under that category, which, by the way, if you look at the precedent of the laws that passed, that was much more what was indicated. The only reason abortion came up was because religious zealots, like the guy that you are voting for, though he himself not as much a religious zealot, just propping them up and using them to get to power, in a sort of Hitler-esque way. The fact of the matter is that you are complaining that it wouldn't be equal when in fact it literally would, because it would be about bodily medical autonomy and has nothing to do with whether a person wants a relationship with a fetus, zygote, or even a baby. It is a totally different set of laws.
The whole thing, it sounds it's ringing the exact same, Theo, as when people said that like same-sex marriage is giving gay people special rights. You also have the right to get married to a man if you want to or not, just as any gay person does. It's just equal rights for everybody. That's really what it boils down to.
Okay, now question for you, Forrest. Now, as the biologist, so imagine a case a woman was pregnant and she wanted an abortion, and so the doctor, in clinic abortion, the fetus was removed. Now, imagine in this case, this fetus, no matter how small it is, survived, and was able to survive. Would you advocate for the woman being physically responsible for the fetus, which would then become a baby and everything from this point?
I don't know.
Okay.
If
but
by
you're also
some
making things up.
Hold on. Let's entertain it. Let's entertain it. If by some magic you were able to have an abortion and then somehow miraculously this fetus was to grow into a whole baby outside of a human body, then I think that the mother should then have the same rights as anybody else, any other mother, to give that child up for adoption or to relinquish, rights and give it to the state or anything like that.
Right. State laws, right? Exactly.
Laws that already exist because men are already giving up parental rights. Men are already giving up parental rights in many places. And by the way, why don't you go to the average court and ask them what percentage of people are actually paying any court-mandated child support? Because the number one person who isn't paying child support has nothing to do with I don't want that child. It's actually I want a right to that child, but I don't want to pay for it. I want the right to call that my son, and I want the right to. But are there going to be unfortunate situations in the country where we have laws that are based on public good? Yeah. So what's the way you fix it? The actual way you fix it, Theo, is very easy, free, paid for by the government, access to birth control. You will, paid for by you and me. Everybody gets birth control for free because like every other country. Theo, again, you once again are showing you don't know the foundation because you just hear paid for by us, by the government. Well, that sounds like that's more money out of my pocket. Guess what, Theo? It's less money out of your pocket because if people have fewer children they aren't ready for, they put less of a strain on the system, which means we need less taxes to pay for social safety nets, to pay for welfare programs. It is a program that pays for itself, and almost every other developed country has figured this out, and it's why they have lower instances of unwanted teenage pregnancy overall. We're not talking about just unwanted pregnancies and ending in abortion isn't counted. Stop interrupting me. I'm addressing your foundation and you keep trying to move us away from the things that undermine and destroy your point. And you're sitting here going, oh my goodness, I am being proven wrong by the thing I just said, and jumping out, wow, we're going to pay for it. We're going to pay for it. Wait, guys, come on, let's get off of this. I know you've just made me look adequately uninformed and ignorant of what the foundation of my position is, but can we please move back to where I can make outrageous statements and hope that I can appeal to emotion, even when I didn't understand fundamentally that the right to an abortion actually has very little to do with an abortion and only has a right to medical autonomy. But Theo, I have a question back for you. So you're going to get the mic in a moment. You're going to love it. Tell me, which candidate is offering a policy by which a person may abandon their child after birth?
So, as I was saying...
Nope. Which candidate? Nope. Which candidate is offering the resolution you are looking for you as a man to have the right to abandon your child because you have unprotected sex, get a woman pregnant, and she is unable to bring herself to have an abortion, doesn't want to, or decides to keep it? Which candidate is offering that policy?
So there is currently no candidate offering that policy.
Correct. So we are currently arguing about whether or not you are going to vote for a man on the basis of how you are against this thing that is the status quo in America, that he did nothing about during his term and is not going to do anything about it in a future term. You can sit there and complain that you are being so exposed, but do we want to waste more time on a thing that your vote and the president will not change, or should we stick to an actual policy matter that is fucking different between the candidates? Or are you actually this shallow on how you decide who to vote? Exactly, bitch. This was your topic.
Let me talk. Okay, so Forrest, if you remember, when we started this, I said I didn't want to go into abortion. I didn't want to go into this topic.
And then
I just said, let me state my point. Let me just state. Hold on, Jimmy, please. So
let me interpret for you. Hang on, Theo. I'm going to interpret for you because you need it. Hey, I'm going to make an abortion point at you, Forrest, but I don't want you to rebut it. Please just take it as it stands and accept the premise as true, because if you accept the premise as true, what follows for me afterwards will sound better, even though it will suck. Forrest, if you could just do that favor and do his work for him, that would be great. Go ahead, Theo.
I just want to point out the fact that we started this whole thing with Theo saying that Trump is the better candidate because he isn't a puppet and will always do whatever the fuck he wants. Like that's where we came from here.
Off that. But again, my point, as I said when we started this initially, I don't have any moral claims to abortion. I don't have any claims at all with abortion. My only thing with it is that it was not equal under the law, and we already
exposed that was incorrect.
We already covered that doesn't make any sense.
And I unified the right to abortion with safe haven laws. I conflated all that, but if you guys are saying those are actually different and all that, I'm willing to accept that point.
Great. Can we get to an actual policy point that's different between the fucking candidates? Or are we just going to jerk off all night? Stop edging me. Jesus.
I heard a lot of what you guys have said against Trump, and I think they're ridiculous points, honestly. Like, for one, you saying that he was going to be a dictator or anything like that, because anyone who knows separation of powers knows that cannot happen in the U.S. government.
Interesting, Theo.
Just
Theo,
out of curiosity,
please give me a summary. Yeah, go on.
No, it's fine. I just want to point out, like, you think that anybody who knows anything about separation of powers knows it's going to happen. Who was the one who said, I would be a dictator on the first day? Who said that?
I don't know. I'm guessing Trump.
It was Donald Trump. It was Trump. It was actually Trump. Also, who was the person who tried to overthrow? Also, who was the one who tried to overthrow the government last time he lost an election and still maintains that anytime he loses anything, including the last election, that it was rigged against him, that there's no way that he could lose in any fair fight. It's Donald Trump. So you're sitting here saying, well, he couldn't be a fascist.
January 6th.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
So first of all, absolutely not. Second of all, let's not pretend like that's not what you were just fucking talking about. You're saying that it doesn't matter if he's a fascist. It doesn't matter if he's a dictator. It doesn't matter if he wants to fucking destroy it. What the thing is, we have these systems in place that will prevent it. He wants to destroy those systems, dude. So, like, for you to sit here, it's gross enough that you would say a cavalier like this, that, like, it's fine if we bring this fascist into power because we have anti-fascist stuff in place. Still not a reason to bring a fascist into power. But also, he has continuously, repeatedly said that he wants to get rid of those things, consolidate power in the executive branch, make it so that he can fire anybody and replace them with cronies for him whenever they disagree with him, and is named like 300 times in Project 2025, which is the playbook for Christian nationalist fascism. So, like, I don't know what you want from me, dude.
The left has constantly tried to hinder free speech, and they also use the...
When is one time? See, when is a time that the left has tried to take away free speech? Man. Seriously.
No, and I love this. I actually love this. Hey, the left is trying to take away free speech. Okay, you did two things. One, you said Jan 6, was peaceful, and you said left is taking away free speech. How did you feel about the revelation? Stop. I'm about to ask you a question. I'm going to give it right back to you. On January 6th, how did you feel about the revelations this week that basically he was surrounded by people on his side, his right-wing people, Republicans, his staff, begging him when he saw that the riots had become violent to say something to stop them. And when faced with the phrase, your vice president's life is in danger, he responded, what did he respond, Theo? Who cares? How did you feel about that revelation this week?
I'm just hearing it from you right now.
Yeah, so because the foundations of your beliefs are completely shaky and you don't know shit. Now, which Theo, out of Harris and Trump, which one of them this week embraced and had on stage the person who runs a social media platform, who often arbitrarily based on who he likes, literally shuts down accounts of journalists and people who are critical, and despite the fact that that person has done more censorship of his opposition by a lot than any other, embraced him, gave him stage time, but also which candidate recently said if he gets in office, Mark Zuckerberg better be worried that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Which one of them did that?
Do you really want people to believe that Elon Musk has censored more people than the left? When he was the one who unblocked Trump from Twitter, Trump was blocked from
absolutely,
Twitter.
Theo. He
unblocked Trump from Twitter and then went on and deleted block journalist accounts. Anybody who criticized him in any way or said the word cisgender. Like, you can't be serious if you think that this one thing that he unblocked a fascist, but then continued to block a million other people is in any way comparable. It's just ridiculous. Also, just pointing out, we talk about censorship.
Wait, before you move
Trump
on that.
just said, okay, all right, I was going to say something about Trump, but go ahead.
Yeah, come back to it. I want to not leave the Twitter one. Theo,
sure.
Also, as far as Elon Musk goes, Elon Musk has literally deleted journalists' accounts, and basically said these things that are public information, them reporting on them is too dangerous. Therefore, I'm deleting it because it affects me and it affects Donald Trump. Also, on top of that, has deleted other people for making jokes about violence toward the president, literal obvious jokes. But when he makes a not obvious joke, no repercussions for him except a possible Secret Service investigation that will be happening. But the funniest thing here, Theo, is the man bought the platform and literally told people to fuck off and leave, advertisers to fuck off. And if you want to blackmail with money, go fuck yourself. That's his big famous line. And what did they do? Yeah. They pulled their money. What did he do in response to them pulling their money? What did he do, Theo, when they pulled their money? He fucking sued them. He wanted to punish them for their free speech. He sued them to stop them from exhibiting their free speech, to make the choice. He said, if you don't like me, you don't have to pay me. They said, great, we don't like you. We're not going to pay you. And he went, yeah, well, you'll be hearing from my lawyers. This deadbeat dad who's trying to steal kids from his wives and is fucking abusive to his old daughter. There's nothing good about this fucker. And you're sitting there going, he's so great. Theo, this is a man. Theo, this is a man who literally said he will not make any speech. Theo, he said he will not make any speech illegal on the platform unless there is a law against it that he has to follow, and then made cisgender a slur, a slur which he will ban you for using. Theo, that you think either of these men,
but not the N-word though.
Donald Trump is literally suing ABC for free speech and promising to take away journalist license. And as he put it, we're going to open up the libel law so when they say things about you, you can go and win a bunch of money. He's literally trying to threaten your speech and ours. You're an idiot.
Also,
that's my speech.
I just want to throw out really quickly before we move on this isn't Harris. This isn't Harris versus the Musk here. It is Harris versus Trump. And Trump just said at a rally that you shouldn't tell anybody at the rally if you're going to vote for Harris because you'd be in danger. He literally on stage said, raise your hand if you're going to vote for Harris. Actually, you know what? Maybe don't raise your hand. You might get hurt. He said that at his rally. My supporters will hurt people if they say they're going to vote for Harris. No, that is intimidation. That is a threat. That is a problem.
come on. He was saying
you don't think it's intimidation. You don't think it's intimidation to say, hey, I'm surrounded by 1,000 people that will beat you up if you say you like somebody else. You don't think that's intimidation?
Don't do it. So that may not happen. He said don't do it so it doesn't happen. Right?
Wouldn't a good leader say, my audience, my supporters would never engage in political violence? My supporters would never hurt somebody for disagreeing with them. That would be a really good thing to do. But instead, he said, you will be hurt if you don't support me. That's what he said. No, and that's not the first time he said it either. At other rallies, he said he would pay the legal fees of anybody who beat up a protester. He said he would pay the legal fees.
And
he
so
said
basically,
he would pay
when Kamala
the legal
says
fees
nothing,
of people who beat up protesters. That's supporting political violence, not just accepting it, supporting it.
Oh, come on. You're just exactly using facts. Hey, Theo, which party has changed the laws in their states? Which party of the two have changed the laws in their state to make it so that they don't have to certify the election if somewhere else in the country someone claims that there has been voter fraud? Which party has done that?
The party with the most sense, Republican?
No,
right? They're the ones.
No, not the party with the most. Literally, they don't actually have to prove that there was fraud. Just say there was, so they don't have to. West Virginia just did it. You think that is sense? That is literally the opening move of a fucking fascist. That is a person who is trying to say, your vote, Theo, if you vote in one of those states, and the state's party is in power, is not the party you like, they can just go, oh, I heard whispers from a person who literally, this is what they based the Dominion lawsuit on. The Dominion stuff they used to lie about. A woman who said that she was told by ghosts through the wind about it. They can take that and go, oh, because that fraud has been revealed, we don't have to certify. Theo's vote no longer matters, and our legislature will pick the president. You support a dictator.
Also, which party is currently banning fucking books? Like, how hard do we go on that?
Let me talk to this point. It's like saying you shouldn't shut down airport activities if someone calls of a bomb threat. Like, it just makes sense for you to shut it down and investigate until you clear that.
Theo, here's how dumb of what you just said. Theo, I'm going to explain to you why what you just said was dumb. You should not, you absolutely should not shut down a Florida airport if in New York that airport got a bomb threat. When one airport gets a bomb threat, you don't throw out everything. And if a woman writes an email saying a ghost talked to the wind, through the wind to her, and told her that the Dominion voting machines were being used illegally to commit fraud, you also should not try to overturn an election on that basis and have Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, I think that's how you pronounce it. The cousin fucker. You know who I'm talking about. And what is her name? Maria Sharapova, whatever that Fox News host. Literally, Fox News had to pay nearly $1 billion, which they didn't contest because they were afraid of the evidence. If Carlson, who repeated these things, McCallum, who repeated these things, if Hannity, who repeated these things, ended up being put on the witness stand, they were worried about their liability, so they agreed to pay out $1 billion and admitted all of that was on the basis of this one letter who no one even followed up with her from a woman who talked to a ghost through the wind. And that's the party you think is making good laws about voter fraud and whether or not there is voter fraud in this country. Theo, if there wasn't a chance that your guy was going to win, I'd only get to laugh at you because you might be one of the worst at deciding who to vote for. At least all of my shit is based on facts, and yours is based on, I don't even know what to call it, conjecture, fantasy. Is it the Bible?
Logic.
No, it isn't.
Logic, fact.
Nope.
Logic.
Sir, I don't even think you know what logic is.
Except for the fact that literally every time you've said something, we refuted it by the things that your candidate says. So, like, I don't know, dude. It doesn't seem very logical and factual to me. But it's been about 40 minutes, Theo. It's been a frustrating 40 minutes. I would encourage you to just consider the fact that the party that is trying to...
What do you mean frustrating?
I don't. It's been frustrating because literally every time we have let you speak, you have immediately started out with a bullshit point that we've had to interrupt you for and go over. And I hate that shit. I love more conversations. But when you say things that are just factually, demonstrably, objectively false, like the fact that the party that is trying to ban books about LGBT people is pro-free speech, I can't take it seriously, and we have to have a weird 40-minute shouting match. So I'm going to move on to the next call, Theo, but I encourage you to call back some other time. Take care.
Damn, we weren't able to get to the 55,000 books, Bibles that Oklahoma ordered and made sure to make the qualifications only fit the Trump Bible because these free speech people need it specifically to be the Bible that he makes money off of.
That the Bible must be had and taught in every public school classroom. It must be the Bible endorsed by Donald Trump. And by the way, those Bibles are printed in China. We've got somebody else on the line that I think we can
it's
get
actually
through.
Pronounced China.
We've got Phil, pronouns he, him, calling in from Wiggly Iguanas. What?
You're going to need to be faster if you're going to keep doing the bit.
I hate it. The problem is when I start doing it, I immediately lose like the 10 options I had in my mind. It's just, I don't know. I think it'll help with my improv.
Phil from Wiener Igloo. You're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest.
See, Wiener Igloo is good. That's really good. Why all of a sudden the politics has Jimmy changed his religion to politics? Phil, you're on the line with Forrest and Jimmy. Just so you know, politics are really important. And this is a whole channel where we like are really big on social advocacy and standing up for people and like trying to make the world a better place. That's why we do the atheism calls. But you'll notice that not every show on this channel is all about atheism. We have like the Transatlantic Call-In Show and Chewed Gum and stuff. No. And Skeptalk as well. So because this isn't a purely atheist network, it's really important for us to talk about politics, considering the fact that politics affects our lives and the ability for us to actually have this show in the first place is a political issue because literally everything is a political issue. So why all of a sudden all the politics is because there's a presidential election coming up. And no one's changed any religion to politics. We just care deeply about the world that we live in and the people that live in this world. Does that make sense, Phil? Does that answer your question, or do you have something else?
Wow, you guys are worked up. That's awesome. I love it.
Well, I just figured I'd answer the question quickly rather than spending any time. I figured I'd just answer the question quickly.
Forrest, sir, my friends, I've been following both of you for quite a long time. Forrest, I know that you did not grow up religious. Jimmy, my question was more for you, sir. It was just because you were Jehovah's Witness. Because
he wasn't.
I understand that
I was Mormon.
Election season, and we should care about what's going on. But the last 20, 30 years have been horrible. So why are you? I don't know. I feel cheated having to listen like the last guy that was on the phone. Jesus Christ. Like
I prefer Jimmy at work.
I'm just asking.
I'm just really quickly.
If
no points for that, Forrest. None. I got 0 points for that.
No, that was really good. I just wasn't going to give you the credit. Phil, you do realize you don't have to watch anything on this channel.
Stop, Forrest. Don't lie. Yes, you have to watch. It's mandatory viewing. Phil, I'm with you.
You said that you don't want to have to sit through this.
No.
You said you don't have to sit through this, and I think you even said the word "I'm forced to listen to."
I didn't say forced. I said Forrest.
What? So if you're not complaining, then what's the point? What's the point of the call?
The point of the call is why I'm wondering. Did you guys use the same knowledge that you have with religion and biology and study all the sides?
Yes, and I love that you asked this question, Phil. All right, Phil, your question was me, and now I'm going to answer it comprehensively and quickly. Religions and politics are different, even though there's a lot of overlap. I was always very political. When I was religious, my religion influenced my politics. Now that I am non-religious, my secular state and my philosophical stance as a secular humanist, not only does it influence my politics, it makes me realize that politics and policy are probably the single most significant way that I, with a bit of a voice, can potentially influence us to have a better future than we currently have and to see injustices in the world and correct them. But no, to ask your question, did it become my new religion? Again, I've always been political. No, it didn't, because religion is specifically the sorts of values and things you do with your impression of the divine. And there is no divinity. There is no supernatural thing to my politics. Now, to answer your question about, did I assess all sides? Sir, I have been a libertarian. I have been a Republican. I have been a conservative. I have been a Democrat. I have been a liberal. And now I'm a filthy dirtbag socialist. Not only have I considered all sides, I moved because of an exposure to other information. I don't know what this weed cough is, or if it's just the worst laugh I've heard all day. But
no, it's my laugh. I have 3 laughs.
I actually moved from the extreme right to now the extreme left by using the same tools that you do like coming to this channel for. My socialism and humanism is by taking only the core of empathy and a desire for human well-being and applying skepticism to make sure that I am not going down ideological rabbit holes that do not actually take care of people and does not minimize suffering. That is why, and guess what? That shit matters to me way more than being an atheist. I have more in common and more camaraderie with a Christian socialist who is a humanist by action, even if not by label, than I have with an atheist fucking conservative. Big time, Phil.
I agree. And my laugh, that's one of my 3 laughs. that one is I totally agree with you.
Word.
And you were right, my smoking laugh.
I apologize for making fun of it. I thought you were being a dick.
I wasn't calling to be rude or anything like that. I was just clearly asking because I'm a big fan of both of you. So
Word.
I just wanted to know. But at the same time, what has Harris done the last 4 years? What has Trump done those 4 years? See, I'm not.
She's been the vice president.
Yeah. These are not hard questions.
What did you want her to do? That she?
No.
What?
You guys,
what
Phil,
powers does the vice? What powers does the vice president have to enact change?
An answer?
What?
But let's.
I mean,
Phil. But Forrest, honestly, I don't mind.
You said, what does she have to show for it? What powers does the vice president have to enact change?
I'm going to part with Forrest on this. Forrest, I love you, buddy, but I actually think you are wrong. I think she is the most consequential vice president of the last 100 years because she was the Senate tie vote breaker and has cast more tie breaks than any. So literally, Phil, the thing she did the last 4 years was the only power she really had, which was to tie break votes that would have either fucked us more or actually given us a little bit of good something. Not to mention that is extremely important when it comes to federal judge appointments, which is the way that Mitch McConnell spent Trump's presidency, absolutely fucking you in the gosh darn footholes, to be less graphic than normal, than I usually would. That's what she's done. She's been an extremely consequential vice president and has voted mostly correctly on those things. But for the most part, she doesn't have any other power. And if you want me to put Biden's 4 years against Trump 4 years, Phil, is that really something you can't answer yourself? Who had a better 4 years, Biden or Trump? Really?
The last part of what you said was my point. Phil's here saying that she doesn't have anything to show for her 4 years in office. My question is, what power does she have? She's the vice president. So yes, while I can agree that she's been very influential in breaking ties and things like that, it's not like she has executive authority. It's not like she can draft bills. It's not like she's out there voting. Like none of that's happened. She's not the president. She's the vice president. And so like for you to sit here and say, well, she has nothing to show for her time in office. What do you think she was going to do? What did you expect from her? Like that's my big issue. It's just a weird thing to say.
All right. I agree. But at the same time, our president doesn't have power either.
Yes, he does.
Been shown
well, that's just silly to say.
Phil, we could talk about just the last 48 hours. All 3 Republican governors in the Hurricane Milton path got in press conferences and said that Joe Biden approved federal aid immediately and has given everything they have asked for and offered more. And he is the person with the power to distribute that assistance and aid. Literally, you couldn't make that argument for the last 48 hours, let alone the last 4 years. The man can veto and has vetoed. The man honestly does things I fucking hate. That bill didn't pass. The immigration bill didn't pass. That they were like, oh, this was a bipartisan bill because Donald Trump sank it. So what did he do? He fucking by executive order basically did some of the conservative bullshit anyway. I hate that Donald Trump sank that bill to run on immigration. That's some bullshit and some cynical garbage. He wanted there to be a bigger mess, but that bill fucking sucked. So I kind of like that that in the end, the bill ended up not happening because that bill is cruel as fuck to immigrants. And we are a nation of immigrants. And frankly, we should have an Ellis Island style open border policy because that is the best America has ever been. And we should return to it. Biden has powers. And the funny fucked up part is if you are a Democrat, I'm not, I'm a socialist. If you are a Democrat, if you're a moderate, or even if you're a moderate leaning conservative, Biden should be your guy because he has fucking done what liberals always do. See that gashing wound with the blood pouring out? What about 3 Band-Aids? But Donald Trump, when he sees that same gashing wound, he goes, what we need to do is open it and bleed it more. That's fucking the difference between the two.
Scotch tape. Not even that.
Sure, like, whatever metaphor you want. Thank you for improving my silly metaphor by changing whether it was a Band-Aid or masking tape. It was very important you get that in.
Well, I was just trying to add in. You guys.
I feel you. I needed your help.
I'm agreeing with you. You understand?
I feel you, bud.
No, you don't. You don't need my help. Well, I guess
you're not really agreeing. Funny. I mean, you might be accepting correction. Let's not use the term agreeing and pretend like you didn't just say something demonstrably wrong and both Forrest and I corrected you. Let's not pretend. Why am I doing Donald Trump's stupid air recording? That Biden has no power.
What I said was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have no. Okay. Tell me, besides the veto thing that someone else told him to do, what is his absolute power? And if he has,
first of all, can you prove that somebody else chose his veto for him? Can you prove that he was actually told to veto, or are you just saying that?
Well,
of the 2 people who were running for president, Biden's not the one who shows that he has dementia. He's the one who shows he's gotten old and has lost some ability and some pep in his step. If you want to talk about who has dementia, we can talk about the guy who's going fucking crazy off the rails. And literally when he goes to pull for examples, only pulls from the 80s and 90s because he doesn't realize that's not when it is and keeps talking about dead people as though they're still alive. That's the motherfucker I'd be concerned about, not to mention the fact that he is obese and it is nearly 80 and has a family history of dementia, all 3 of which together almost guarantee he will have it. But we're just saying, fuck that. We got rid of Biden. And by the way, as Forrest pointed out to another caller, that's not who Trump's running against.
Truth.
No kidding.
Phil, I don't know where we're at on this call, but I do have a bunch of other callers, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. But thanks for calling in and calling in again some other time.
Okay. All I want to...
Bye, Phil. All you want for Christmas is your 2 front teeth.
It's over because we have a bunch of other calls already on the line. Like we're full up. And there are several that I want to get to, including this one. We've got Leo, pronounce he, him, calling in all the way from Germany. Who says, while there are hints of genocide in Gaza, we shouldn't call it genocide because we don't have evidence for that. We got a lot to talk about here, Leo. You're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest. How are you doing today?
I'm great.
Can I ask one question and then I'll give it completely to you for the rest of the call?
Ask a question first. Yeah, you go ahead. You go first.
I'm going to give you the rest of the call. I promise that I just need this to be established at the beginning. Leo in Germany, what is the definition of a genocide?
That was going to be my first question too, so this is perfect.
The definition for genocide, well, according to the Geneva Convention, is that we have to prove action and intent. And the action is then
action and intent of what?
Action intent to do.
That is the intent to destroy whole or part of a group, and then in different forms like killing,
there's 5 of them.
imposing measures intended to prevent birth, blah 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 blah.
Yep.
Deliberate.
Yeah,
All right,
there's
you boys
5
have
of them.
fun. I'm gonna mute. You guys,
that's fine.
You boys have fun.
So there's 5 of them. It's killing members of the group, causing severe bodily or mental harm to members of the group, creating conditions of life meant to bring about the destruction of the group in whole or in part, preventing births within the group, or transferring children from the group to another group. All 5 of which I think you and I can agree Israel has been doing in Gaza, correct?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that. Okay, which one are you not sure of specifically? Because there's 5 of them. Are you not sure of all 5, or are you not sure of 1 or 2 of them? What are you not sure of?
Like, I'm not aware of any transferring of children, for example.
Look up executive detention. Look up the way that they transfer all sorts of people of any age into detention, into prison, without charge or trial, and then hold them there indefinitely. And now there's a tremendous amount of credible evidence and allegation of torture and rape going on in those prisons. So that would be one. There are plenty of children that have been transferred into Israeli custody and tortured and raped in prison.
But to send them into custody is not to transferring them from one group into the other. Like, for example,
what would you call taking them out of their families in Gaza and putting them into Israeli government custody? That is transferring them from one group to another group.
Like, okay, for me, this would be something like, for example, is Russia doing in Ukraine, that deliberately taking children from families to put them in other Russian families so they grow up to be Russian.
That is also an issue of the same caliber, yes. So even if you want to set that one aside, which I don't know why you would, but even if you want to set that one aside, we can agree on the other 4, right?
Well, I'm not sure of all of that, but my issue
Which of the other 4 do you have an issue with?
My issue is with the intent part, not with the action part.
Well, no, because I want to make sure we get the actions down. Which of the other 4, the remaining 4, do you have an issue with? Killing members of the group, causing severe bodily or mental harm to members of the group, creating conditions of life meant to bring about the destruction of the group in whole or in part, or killing, preventing births within the group. Those are the 4 that are remaining. Which of those do you have an issue with?
I'm also not sure about the preventing birth, but yeah.
People who are starving to death tend to not be able to maintain pregnancy. And when they do have the pregnancy come to term, those children also starve to death because they're not able to produce breast milk, which is something we've seen a lot recently. We've seen mothers unable to produce milk, and we have seen babies starving to death. So that would, in my opinion, cover that 4th one. Do you disagree?
Well, I would disagree because those are not explicitly measures for preventing births. This would just be a side effect, but really, I don't want to argue about that. I will go with you on that.
Sure. So your issue is with intention then?
Yes.
Because that is the most important part of the definition, is carrying out any of those 5 actions with the intention of bringing about the destruction of the group, either in whole, in part. Yeah. So then we can look to the Israeli Minister of Defense last year, who said, there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. Do you think that that is a statement of intent?
Not until we can prove that this is not just a statement for public, that it is used as an order, for example, for the army or something like that.
Well, considering the fact that 2 million people are now living in starvation conditions because they have indeed withheld food, water, and electricity from this area, I think it is very clearly a statement of intent. They said that, and then they did that. So yes, that to me would be a statement of intent. Yeah.
I mean, they're not in starvation conditions. They are in the risk to that it develops into starvation conditions.
Do you agree that people there, especially children, are starving to death?
Yes, especially in the north.
Why do you think that's happening? Why do you think that's happening?
Because there's only one open border, which is in the south, so it's extremely
and who controls
hard
it?
to get any food there.
And who controls it?
Israel and Egypt.
Israel. Yes, Israel. And who has been limiting supplies coming into Gaza? Israel. And who has consistently been bombing and killing aid workers, bombing food caravans, and attacking, slaughtering Palestinians who go to the food trucks to get food aid? Who's been doing that?
I guess the Israeli military.
It is Israel. Yes, it is the Israeli military that has been bombing food caravans and aid caravans and slaughtering people, thousands of people who are going to get food. Look up the Flower Massacre, right? For example. So you have a region with about 2 million people in it. Those 2 million people are now facing famine. And many of them, lots and lots of people, especially children, are already starving to death. And that is because the Israeli government is preventing food from coming into the region, killing people for giving food and killing people for getting food. And this comes after this statement here that we will turn them into, that there will be no food. We will withhold food, water, electricity, fuel. We are fighting human animals, and we will be acting accordingly. Does that still, in your mind, not stand up to the measure of intention?
Not yet, because, for example, with the Holodomor in Ukraine, we know that this was a famine explicitly did by people, by the Soviets, and millions of people died of hunger. But we still have no proof that this was an explicitly order to do that. So until now, we still don't call the Holodomor a genocide because we just don't have that proof.
So then let's try another one. Let's try another one then. When we talk about the fact that all of these people are suffering, when we talk about the fact that all 2 million of the people in Gaza are now suffering, that they've been bombing from north to south, reducing the entire place to rubble, which is what Netanyahu himself said he would do. We will reduce them to rubble. And all these people are suffering. That would be collective punishment, correct?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think the closest thing we can compare it is, for example, the Battle of Mosul. And in that, like, many thousand civilians died. We are not really sure how many in the end, but it was like a 9-month campaign against ISIL terrorists in that city, and there were even like US-led airstrikes where 200 people at once died, but still there was not they wanted to kill those terrorists, and this was in a major city, so many civilians died, and it was a catastrophe.
Let's take, for example,
there was not the intent.
Let's just take, for example, what just happened in Lebanon with the pager bombs, or I believe it's the Where's Daddy AI system. Israel's been using AI to target their attacks, to decide who should be attacked and when to attack them, tracking their phones and things with the Where's Daddy thing, so that when they come home, that is when they strike and level the house and kill everyone inside. These are attacks which, even if you want to say are specifically, directly, perfectly targeted against terrorists, are by their very design going to injure and kill lots of people around those terrorists as well. More likely than not, innocent women and children. Is that not collective punishment to you? No. So it's not collective punishment in your mind to kill a terrorist, as well as their family members and anybody else who happens to just be standing around them. That's not an issue for you?
In this instance, this was, like, I think, one of the most precise thing you can do, as in, like, physically hurting people, where it's never be 100% precise, but in every, like, tool, let's say, for lack of a better word, a military or security or some kind of agency use. This was the most precise I can think of, at least.
How about that? That's horrific that that's the most precise you can think of. How about when we compare that to what Isaac Herzog said, the former, I believe he's former Israeli president, if I remember correctly, he may be the Israeli president, I'm not sure. Isaac Herzog, also in 2023, talking about this, said there is an entire nation that is responsible for October 7th. So when we talk about this and say, okay, yeah, 2 million people are suffering, are being bombed, are starving, 41,000 people have now been killed. And I believe it is 96,000 people, if I remember. It's in the 90s of thousands that have been injured in this conflict. So over 90,000 people injured, 41,000 people dead. In that instance, when you have someone saying the entire nation is responsible, does that now, in your head, compute to this is collective punishment, this is intention?
I'm not sure, on what the statement was. If the statement means that they voted for Hamas as the government and Hamas did then things, and now they react to it, then it's not collective punishment in my mind.
Who voted for Hamas?
I'm coming from a...
Who voted for Hamas?
The people of Gaza.
The people of Gaza. So over 50% of Gaza are children. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
And we know that over 16,000 of the dead in Gaza are children, right?
Yes.
Are they also responsible? Do they also not fall under collective punishment for you? Do those children deserve to die in this way? Is this all part of it?
No one deserves to die. Don't get me wrong.
Except for the terrorists that you think it's okay to kill, even if we kill a lot of innocent people around them.
No, that's not okay.
It's not okay to do the pager bombs that you just were defending a moment ago?
I never said it's okay.
You said that it's as precise as you can think of, that's the most accurate thing you can imagine. Right.
Yes.
I was saying that it's awful because it killed a lot of innocent people around those terrorists. So if we have a difference of opinion here, I'd like to know it. It sounds like you have two opinions at the same time.
I'm saying that it's awful that other civilians are hurt around those people. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Especially considering the fact that the Israeli army spokesperson said that the emphasis is on damage, not accuracy. Right?
I'm not sure what they were referring to, but
they were referring to Gaza.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that the war in Gaza is like war crime after war crime after war crime. I just don't think that's genocide.
So let me be clear. You and I agree that damn near every single thing that Israel has been doing in Gaza for the past year has been war crime after war crime after war crime. We agree on that.
Yes.
Okay. And we agree that they have killed an inordinate amount of innocent people in their supposed so-called attempt to eliminate a terrorist organization. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
And we agree that Israeli government officials have said that the emphasis in this is on damage, not on accuracy, that the entire nation of Palestine is responsible for October 7th, that there are no innocents in Gaza, that these are human animals, and that they will not allow in any aid, no food, no water, no electricity, nothing. They will let these people all suffer together. Do we agree that they have said those things?
Yes.
Okay. How in the actual fuck do you not then draw intention out of that? These people said this entire nation is responsible. They are human animals, and we are going to attack them all in the most damaging, inaccurate way possible. That is the point of what we are going to do. And then they followed that up with a year of war crimes, killing tens of thousands of civilians, including over 15 40,000 children, bombing every single hospital in the region, destroying every single university in the region, killing hundreds of doctors and journalists in the region, and are now attacking another country with similar damage over accuracy based methods that are killing innocent civilians. And you're going to sit here and say, yeah, but we don't really know if they really meant it. Are you serious?
My reason for that is that if we have to look at what is the Israeli government, and the Israeli government is like the big Likud bloc, and there are those tiny, I would just say, fascist parties like Otzma Yehudit or Noam. They are just religious fanatics and fascists.
How is this relevant? How is this relevant?
Just give me a second. And I would say that members from these groups say a lot of things, like, for example, they want to expand Israel until Damascus. But this is not just they saying that in public does not mean that they are acting.
You are correct. If they say that they want to expand Israel into Damascus and do nothing else but say that, you are correct. That would not constitute genocide. If they say we want to expand Israel and Damascus and then kill 40,000 civilians across Syria, I would say that absolutely is intention, because that is action directly following their stated intention. Actions which fall in line with that stated intention, as we have seen in Gaza over the past year. They said this entire nation is responsible, they're animals, and we are going to wipe them out. I believe it was Netanyahu, I have it pulled up right here. Netanyahu said, we will turn them into rubble. I'm telling the people of Gaza, get out of there now, where we're about to act everywhere with all our force. That is, at the very, very best, ethnic cleansing. Get this entire ethnic group out of here, otherwise we're going to kill you. But in practice, sealing all the borders, starving them, choking them out with no food, no water, no electricity, and then systematically bombing them, including in regions that you said were safe zones, that is genocide. That is a statement of intention followed by action.
And I would say those are, like, as I noted, those are important hints to start that investigation. We just don't have a definite proof for that yet.
Every major humanitarian rights organization in the world disagrees with you. And so do I. And it's because you don't, like, yes, an investigation is very important. I think an investigation should happen. Fully support South Africa's work, trying to make sure that this comes to public light and hits international court. Super into that. But also, I have eyes and a functional brain, and I can see what's going on here, that these people will not allow independent journalists into the region and kill hundreds of journalists that are already there, and then outlaw a whole entire news organization that says mean things about them because they are trying to conceal just how many people they have killed. We can see satellite images showing the absolute and utter destruction of this region. If you know nothing else about this, knowing the story of Hind Rajab should be enough to convince you that this is not an act of self-defense, that this is absolutely an operation of genocide. And to construe it as anything else is to grossly, just completely overlook not just the evidence in front of you, but your own humanity.
Don't you think that if this was really the intent, that the actions of Israel would be just different?
No. This is as clean and as systematic and as hidden just enough as it could possibly be. They could nuke the region, sure, but that wouldn't be good PR. They're still hiding behind the facade of self-defense and the assertion that anybody who criticizes Israel in any way is anti-Semitic. And as long as they can hide behind those facades, they will continue to do what they're doing. It would be much harder to keep those facades if they were to act more expediently. There's a reason why the number hasn't moved too far from 40,000 in the past couple of months. It's because we don't get independent investigation in the region. And they've killed so many journalists that are there. But the UN agrees on at least those numbers, as does the Israeli military.
Yes. Yeah.
And that is over 35 times as many people as were killed on October 7th. So you and I can sit here and agree that Hamas are terrorists, that they did something hideous, that they killed 1,200 people, which even that is a overblown figure that Israel themselves have admitted is an overblown figure, but it doesn't matter. It can be that high, and I can say that's awful. It does not justify anything close to this. And when you follow it up with stated intention to eliminate the people of this region, to give this region to your own government, when you see Netanyahu holding up maps of the region with no Palestine in it, all Israel, no Gaza, no West Bank, nothing, all Israel, even extending further into other countries, it is very clear intention.
I would partly disagree, but I would just say the sheer amount of people were killed is just not a good sign. Like, for example, as mentioned in the Battle of Mosul, there are sources they say up to 40,000 civilians killed there, and this is like a smaller city, and there were just way fewer terrorists in that area. Like Hamas would be like 10 times more. So I think the amount of just people dying there is just very realistic. If you just start any war in this area, I think that this number of people dying is not like not very high, or just as anyone would expect. Like for any army operating there in that way.
Let me ask you a different question then. Let me ask you a different question, because I think what you just said is horrible, and I want to try to highlight it. The standard line is that Hamas is hiding amongst the civilian population. They're using human shields. Do you think that's true?
Yes, sure.
And the standard line is that because they're using these human shields, that is a large part of why the civilian population is so high. Do you think that's true as well?
Partly, but not only about that. It's just an overcrowded area. If you drop bomb in an overcrowded area where people, like in an urban environment, there will be many people dying because of that.
So here's the follow-up question to all of those things. Are there ways to target specific people hiding in a crowded area without bombing all of those people? Are there ways to do that?
There are ways, but there are way more. You have to risk way more lives of your own people.
No, you do not. Absolutely not. There are smart bombs, there are drones, there are all sorts of really, really advanced ways to do these things. And yet, Israel has dropped hundreds of 2,000-pound dumb bombs. Just the biggest, most destructive kind of bombs imaginable that they can possibly be using. Nothing precise, nothing pinpoint. The only time they use snipers to get pinpoint accuracy is when they're shooting children and protesters, knocking out kneecaps. That's when they're very precise. But when it comes to a crowded civilian area, then it's the big bombs that they don't need to be using. Who has the most advanced military in the world, technologically speaking?
The U.S.
The U.S. And who is currently supplying Israel with tens of billions of dollars of the most advanced military equipment in the world? It's also the U.S. It's also us. They have access to the most precise and advanced military equipment on the planet, and they're deliberately not using it so that they can say what you just said. Well, it's a crowded area. We just had to kill 15,000 people because there was a couple of bad guys in there, and those people were standing around them. Meanwhile, I bet you would have a very different tone if it was literally any other situation. If there's, a school shooter here in the US is a very frequent thing, maybe in the rest of the world, a bank robber. Someone goes into a bank with a gun, holds a bunch of people hostages. Do you bomb the whole bank in order to make sure you get the robber? Or do you use a very precise, strategic precision strike?
Well, I guess the latter. I just want
I guess too. Also, really quickly, if you're going to fall back on the argument that Gaza is so overcrowded and the overcrowding is really the issue, who made Gaza overcrowded, Leo? Why are those people all stuck together? Why is there 2 million people in that tiny, tiny little strip of land?
Well, because Egypt did not want them, but that's a whole other story.
It's because of apartheid. It's because Israel is an apartheid state that forced those people to live that way. So you've got a tiny, dense, overpacked area created by Israel. And some terrorists have cropped up, as happens, not justifying them at all. I think what they did was fucking atrocious and inexcusable. And now, because some terrorists did some things that were atrocious and inexcusable, now they're killing 40,000 people. And even if we want to say half of them are terrorists, it is not even close to justifiable. And especially when you combine it with the fact that almost 2 million people are on the verge of starvation or living without food, without water, without electricity. 2 million people are being punished for the actions of this terrorist group that they did not vote for, that they did not want. In an election that happened several years ago, and even if it happened right now, over half the population, our children, could not have participated in the election anyway. These almost 2 million people are all being punished together for the action of a few psychopaths. That is seriously going to be the justification for all of these war crimes? And we can't say that what they're doing is genocide when they themselves said, we're going to clear out this land and take it for ourselves? I think you give them way more leeway and way more credit than they deserve or that you would ever give to anybody else.
Well, I'm on the side, but maybe this is just because of the history of my country, that it's totally fine to make a whole population responsible for the action of their government that they once elected.
Oh, yeah.
And
no, I agree. That probably has something to do with it, especially considering the way that pro-Palestinian protesters have been brutalized by German police recently. We've been seeing it quite a bit. So, yeah, I'm sure that your country specifically would be a little bit more sympathetic and a little bit more careful not to criticize Israel and to hold people accountable for the actions of their government. That all makes sense. It still doesn't make it right.
No, just for example, when the RAF bombed like city centers to break the will of the Nazis, like the normal people, the civilians. Like in our standards today, this would be war crimes, but I would say this was just still fine because of the goal they had in mind. Like they learned that this was not working at all and was even hindering, but they thought like if we do that, they would stop fighting and this war with like 60 million people dying will end. And that's why I think this was in that time just. So I think it just depends on your goals.
And my argument is, and has always been, and will always be, that there are no amount of war crimes which justify more war crimes. There is no amount of terrorism which justifies more terrorism. There is no amount of innocent civilian lives lost that justifies the deliberate taking of more innocent civilian lives. And I think that is where we differ.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, it's been about 30 minutes, Leo. We're going to move on. But I do want to leave you with this. Speaking of the word terrorism, what you called the most accurate possible strike with the pagers and everything like that, just entertain me for a second. If anybody else were to do that, what would you call that? If any government, if Hezbollah or Hamas or somebody else were to implant bombs in pagers and blow them up in heavily and densely populated civilian areas and injure hundreds of people, kill a couple of kids, what would you call that action?
That would be terrorism, for sure.
That would be terrorism. And it's not because it's a country that you like. And I think that's that's a serious issue that I think you need to address. Terrorism is still terrorism, no matter who does it. Anyway, we're going to move on, Leo. Thank you very much for your honesty and your time. Big ol' yikes from me, everybody. Jimmy might be dead because there's no way he actually let me talk that long. The fact of the matter is, if you have a government coming out and saying, hey, we are going to kill as many of these people as possible because they're all evil, even the children, and then they do that thing, that's genocide, y'all. It's not that difficult. And especially when you look at, I think it's very telling when you look at the videos that the IDF soldiers themselves are posting of them destroying homes, of them pillaging, people's personal belongings, of them destroying schools. When you see the images of, the hospitals where there are just piles of dead bodies all around, where there are children rotting in their cribs inside, just left to die. When you see the several reports of elderly and disabled people left to die by the IDF, it's just gross. And it only gets grosser. And to say that, there's bound to be casualties. Sure, there's bound to be casualties in war. 41,000 casualties, including 15,000 children, is not an appropriate number. It's not acceptable. And anybody who defends that, I can't imagine how you can live with yourself and do that. I also want to say, while we're on the topic, and since Jimmy's still apparently gone, to the people who are on the side that I'm advocating for here, for the people who are trying to speak out against this out there, that are trying to make this a little bit better, if you don't know how to criticize the actions of the Israeli government without risking or sounding like you are criticizing all Israelis or all Jews, shut the fuck up. Seriously, if you don't know how to talk about the fact that our government gives way too much leeway to Israel and how IAPAC has way too much influence on American politicians and how money and governments, if you don't know how to talk about that without coming across as saying that Jews control the media and are all behind the government, shut the fuck up. Because it's insanely damaging and it actually is very anti-Semitic. And not only is it playing into this bullshit rhetoric that is being used to justify genocide, it's also independently fucking wrong. I'm sick of seeing that. Just going to throw some shit back on my side of the fence for a second here. Way too many people who are willing to speak up against genocide are not careful about it and end up playing right into actual neo-Nazi shit about how these fucking evil Jews are controlling, they just get all these privileges, they're controlling the world. Criticize the Israeli government and the political influence that the Israeli government has. Do not criticize all Israelis for the action of their governments. Don't fucking do that. Jesus Christ. Why is that something hard? Oh my gosh. Anyway, with that, I'm so fucking sick of seeing that shit. I have several friends who are ethnically Jewish, who are still getting shit about your government is doing this. Never even been to Israel, but you guys are doing this thing. Fuck off. And if you meet a random Jewish person and start screaming free Palestine at them, fuck you. They're not the government. They may not even be Israeli. They're just a person. We've got a few other calls on the line. I got a couple of these that I want to save for Jimmy to come back. So instead, I'm going to go with Michael, pronouns he, him, calling in from Cute Anglerfish. Says he has evidence of the Holy Spirit. Let's hear it. Michael, you're on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing today?
Hey, Forrest. What's going on?
Yeah, it's going really well, dude.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine. What's your evidence for the Holy Spirit? What is the Holy Spirit?
Well, now, the first thing I want to say is I completely agree with you about the that's neither here nor there. So it's personal experience, and I know that personal anecdotes can't be used for evidence of anybody else. But
Sure. Hey, really quickly before you get started, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like, are you on speakerphone or something?
I'm on headphones because I'm calling through the website, and I tried the phone line, but it was busy.
Okay, it sounds like you're 10 feet away from your phone, and I can hear an echo of myself, and it's very annoying. Is there a way you can fix that?
Is this better?
That is way better.
Okay, perfect. What I did was remove one of my headphones and put it next to it. And if it gets too breathy, tell me as well.
Sure.
So, where was I?
What is the Holy Spirit, and why do you believe it?
So, I don't believe the Christian Holy Spirit. I'm kind of in transition. Mm-hmm. I'm about to lose my religion. I'm totally fine with that. I no longer believe in the historicity of Jesus necessarily. I'm fine with there having been a historical Jesus, or a collection of rabbis like Yeshua ben Joseph or something like that. I don't think I believe in God anymore, but I know that I've felt the Holy Spirit. And
okay.
I know that because go ahead and ask questions.
So hold on just a second. Jimmy, just so you know where we're at, we just finished the Palestine call. We've got Michael here who is deconstructing his religion. No, it's okay. Michael here is deconstructing his religion, says he doesn't believe in God anymore, is very close to being an atheist, but still believes in the Holy Spirit. That's where we're at.
Okay. And I heard that he knows he felt the Holy Spirit, and how is it he knew it?
Sorry, I'm going to correct Forrest if I can. I'm sorry.
Please do.
Go ahead.
So I don't necessarily believe in God. I didn't say I don't have any beliefs in God anymore. What I'm saying is I'm on the fence about God. I'm on the fence about Jesus. But the Holy Spirit, I'm fairly certain exists. However, not to bring up Matt because I know he's not here, but I've heard him say maximal certainty. I can't be certain about anything. I can have maximal certainty. I have maximal certainty about the Holy Spirit.
Okay, what is the Holy Spirit?
What criteria? All right.
It's not a Christian Holy Spirit. I just know that there is something that speaks to my. I don't want to say I have a soul because I don't believe in soul any longer, but I do know that my corpus, my body, feels something when I pray to something.
Something separate from you, or something within you?
Something within me. I don't hear a physical voice or anything, but I feel tingles. I feel, like those prickles in the back of your neck. I feel, and I know that's all within me.
You feel
the
normal physiological response. You feel the normal physiological response of somebody having a serious emotional experience.
I don't know if I'm interrupting you or.
No, I was clarifying when you talk about prickles in the back of your neck and all these things. You're having the normal physiological responses of people who are having a deeply emotional experience. The same thing that we see when people go to concerts or have a normal church service.
No, I totally understand that. Yeah, and I accept that.
Just make sure.
I'm trying to be logical about this, but.
Then, Michael, how is what you're describing different than the equivocation fallacy that some people perform when they say, I believe love exists, and I don't think love is anything special. Like, I think it's physiological, physical, and real. I believe love exists, and I think that love is God.
Well, it's not the same. Like, I'm married. And when I feel love for my wife or love for my son,
I'm not talking about, I'm not asking for a description of love. I'm asking you if you are performing the same equivocation fallacy of redefining God as the people who talk about love do. Are you performing that same equivocation fallacy?
I am not talking about God. I am talking about a Holy Spirit. I don't know.
Sir, Michael, please listen. I'm going to ask it again, and I'm going to lay it all out. I'm asking you.
Okay,
there are times where we talk to
people.
people.
Hard to hear you.
Okay, great, Michael, I'm going to be I'm going to try to be clear about it to make it a little. I'm giving you a parallel example. The parallel example is, there are people who will call our show who say, I don't believe in God in the typical sense, But I believe love is such a significant thing that I would call that God. And I point out that that's an equivocation fallacy. It is essentially saying you are trying to maintain a state of, I'm going to continue believing in God, but that belief in God is going to mean I redefined God to fit. Basically, I'm going to make the definition fit my argument and make that whole thing work. So that's an equivocation fallacy, basically changing the definition to meet it. You're saying you do know that the Holy Spirit exists because something, when you interact with whatever, it could be music or whatever else, you can feel that definitively there is something speaking to you. But you said that that thing that is speaking to you is within you. So you're actually saying that some part of you within you is speaking to another part of you. Both are parts of you. And is that actually the Holy Spirit, or are you trying to label something that perhaps psychologists already speak about and know why certain music makes some neurons fire and know why certain art makes other neurons fire? Are you doing the same equivocation fallacy that a person who calls to tell us that God and love are the same thing, and so they do believe in God, then you are sitting here saying Holy Spirit and neurotypical responses of creativity light up different parts of my brain that make me feel inspired, and I'm calling that the Holy Spirit. Therefore, I believe in the Holy Spirit.
Can I give two answers, Jimmy?
Could you just first? Yes, you can give after you. If you will first answer whether or not you may be doing the same equivocation. First, I will. You certainly can say whatever else you'd like after.
Absolutely. Look, I am very aware that I have bias from my upbringing. Absolutely. That is absolutely enough.
Okay, but are you? The question is
that you can say that and then stay with what you're saying. Like, that blows.
I'm just sitting here going, just answer my question. Is situation A and situation B? Situation A was God love, B Holy Spirit and brain light up, feel good, inspiration, exciting. This thing is making me just feel so hot and bothered inside. Like, is that the same thing? Is situation B the same as situation A?
I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Then, okay, sir, what would a psychologist suggest you is happening when you're feeling that level of Holy Spirit and so why say I do know the Holy Spirit exists if there are things you do know exist, like the human brain,
I think you want to hear to the beginning.
Oh no, he froze. Are you there? Please bring this back. It's not shallow and pedantic.
Tap the phone.
It's what?
It's the web caller. He's got to tap his phone.
Oh, yeah.
Tap your phone.
Sorry.
Tap that phone. There you go.
Okay, I'm back. No. I'm not trying to be shallow and pedantic. I'm trying to say that I said I don't know if like Christian Holy Spirit or anything like that, but I do feel a sense, and yes, it may be a physiological experience. I'm totally down with that. I mean, I'm like 90% way to 80, but a little bit is only that.
So basically you're saying you are, okay, let me just see something. Forrest?
Okay.
Yeah.
When you feel inspired, do you have activity in what you understand to be your prefrontal cortex? What else would be your anterior? What is it called? The anterior cingulate cortex, and your dopamine system, and your what's the dopamine pathway? It's called. What's your dopamine system called? The dopaminergic. I can't. It's been years.
Dopaminergic.
The dopaminer. Boom. Pathways. Would you say that those three things light up and you feel very connected to the things which are inspiring you?
Yeah. My brain's just a fucking fireworks display. I'm all about it.
Great. Michael, same thing with me. Prefrontal, anterior, dopamine, all out the goddamn ass. It just gets me. It gets inside me and it makes me feel so good. And I just say, Jimmy, you're such a good boy. Thank you, Daddy.
Yep.
That's what I say to myself.
The dopamine, it gets in there and it wiggles all around in there and it does good things.
Oh my God. It's fingering me deeply. It's just inside and it's taking care of me, Michael. That's what happens when I see artwork. And it's just it's so good for me. It's just being so good. Anyway, I think I'm getting Forrest hot and bothered here. Anyway, Michael, so we're all
There's a
agreeing,
reason why this screen cuts off right here.
Where I'm underneath. That's where my camera begins. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, we all agree. We all feel very inspired by things that are beautiful. We feel an incredible thing that feels more because it's a little bit rarer when we're beholding the person that we just love so much in the world that it makes us feel different than other people. There are these things that are wonderful and beautiful and significant, and we all agree we have them. But why are the two of us going to say, no, I don't believe in the Holy Spirit, and you feel justified in saying, and I quote, I know there's something like a Holy Spirit?
I did misspeak. I don't know. Because I don't want to bring up Matt again, but I don't know. I am maximally certain. I am not absolutely certain.
Bizarre.
Well,
truly bizarre.
I hope there is a Holy Spirit, and I hope all men have a woman inside them.
Everyone
That's what I
talks
would
about
want out
this
of
Holy
Holy
Spirit. Nobody tells me which hole it's in. What's frustrating to me, Michael, is that we're 11 minutes into this call and we still haven't, maybe we have, maybe I missed it. Maybe I'm fucking dumb, but like, I don't think we've actually nailed down what you are actually talking about, because you've talked about like feelings that you have sometimes, and you've talked about different situations where you get tingly and this and that. You yourself have said that you are definitely, absolutely committing a logical fallacy and doing unjustifiable shit with this belief. All of that has happened, and I don't think we've ever actually covered what the fuck this Holy Spirit is. Is it a thing? Is it a guy? Does it have intention? Is it something you believe is physically real? I don't get what the point of the call is.
Can I explain it? So
please.
It's sort of I don't physically hear it. I physically feel it. Like I said, tingling in it. And I just like a physical feeling within my soul, if you want to say that.
Where did you go? Where's the microphone right now?
Yeah, bring the microphone back, buddy. Come on. Can't hear you. But I get the tingles too. I'm getting tingles right now, deep inside me. There's all kinds of tingles going on.
He dropped. If your camera
My Holy Spirit's being
me,
such a good girl right now.
Which of my testicles is the brick wall and which is the striped wall? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand the implications of the camera thing you said. That's all I've been stuck on this whole time.
Which one's the what? Which one's the what?
You said that said that your desk is directly below mine. So what's going on with all that, you know? Or is that my kilt hanging down below you? Oh no, it's just
you want to ruin it? It's just a regular ass wall. It's in a corner,
it is
though.
A regular wall. Yeah.
It's just a regular wall, people. I'm sorry.
Well, you had like a light thing going on. It was really cool.
I did have things leaking out the curtain, but I'm making a new podcasting room, and I kind of stole those lights from there. But I might get new ones, but they were like fancy, expensive ones. Some Govee floor lamps.
Spoil some stuff too. Anyway, there's a regular ass wall behind these bookshelves as well. We've got a couple other calls, and this one I wanted to take with you on because I feel like you and I can make totally different arguments about this. And while I know that I will have one line of response to this, I feel like yours is going to be super different. And I just want to see what we do. We've got Alex, pronounce he, him, calling in from Whaling Anchovies, who says socialism is bad, and he comes from Cuba, and he knows. Alex, you're on the line with Forrest and Jimmy. How are you doing today?
Hey, good. How you guys doing? Pretty excited to talk to you guys. I'm a fan of you. And I want to start by saying that before watching you guys, I was some sort of Gnostic atheist. But now I redefine myself, thanks to you, thanks to your teachings, as an agnostic atheist.
Word.
So
well done. Very good job.
95 of the YouTube videos that I've been watching for a month have been the line and the hang up with Matt Dillahunty. I love you guys. Yeah. No, really. I enjoy it.
Forrest wants a little love on his channel, is what he's saying.
No, I would say I'm sorry more if it was my channel.
Okay. So here's the point. I wouldn't have ever called to talk about religion because I completely agree with you on your topics and I learn a lot about you. I actually have two Mormon guys visiting me often, and I have this discussion with them. And thanks to the things I've learned with you, the conversation has been different. And I want to talk at the end of my topic. I want Jimmy to give me some ideas to talk to those guys because I know Jimmy was a Mormon. So without
word. But let's get to the meat. I'm hungry, guy.
Yeah, I know how you guys like that. So I heard before that Jimmy is a socialist. Is that true, or am I interpreted?
Hell yeah.
Or I haven't.
I am also a socialist, and I also just realized that the slushy is turning my teeth blue. Hell yeah! Two good things.
Let me tell you that I truly believe you guys don't know what you're asking for.
So before we get into it, because I just want to be clear before we get into it, because the call screen here says you're from Cuba, and that's why you know socialism is bad. You were just starting to say before I rudely interrupted you. You come from Cuba. Can we agree that socialism is an economic ideology, an economic doctrine, whereas there are plenty of political styles that can be combined with socialism, either for good or for ill? The same way that capitalism is an economic style, and there's lots of ways that politics can work with that. Can we agree on that?
Well, I would say that socialism is a social-economic system. And yes.
Okay, great. Now, let me also give you another thing I agree with you, Alex. I agree that we do not want Cuban socialism. And the specific thing about Cuban socialism I don't want, because actually, if you look at Cuba, it is impressive what they were able to pull off. You think about education and some other factors in which they've actually excelled despite the biggest problem, Alex, the very biggest problem with Cuban socialism. And do you know what the biggest problem with Cuban socialism is to me, Alex? Guess. Can you guess? The absolute interventionist nature of the United States putting their grubby little fucking fingers into everything that they don't like, that intimidates other countries and goes, if we allow this to happen, if our country, if people see this shit, this is going to fuck us and it's going to fuck us good. So we are not going to respect the sovereignty, and we will give an excess of economic sanctions that we don't even give to fucking terrorists who murder our people and our journalists. We are going to treat these people fucking worse than that. And not only are we going to economically sanction them from the US, we will use economic sanctions to separate them from any part of the world that might be able to help them regain sovereignty. Now, is there power problems in Cuba? Of course there are. Am I a big Castro stan? Of course I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, let's not pretend that Cuba was the problem with socialism in Cuba. I definitely don't want America to have a big, ginormous bully of a capitalist country come and decide, if we decide to be socialist, that they will do everything to break our kneecaps and make sure that we cannot succeed.
Also, like the dictatorship, the one-party state thing, that's also a problem. Like that's the big thing that I was driving at earlier on, Alex, is that like socialism, if you want to go there, it's one of those things where there's a lot of different contexts that you could use the word. I'm sorry, we've been talking for a minute. I'm going to let you talk in a second. But like, if you're using it from like a theory standpoint versus like a historical standpoint versus like the standpoint of like socialism is evolutionary and communism is revolutionary. Like there's a lot of ways you can use this word. What I'm trying to establish right from the outset is that when I talk about socialism, I am talking about the economic standpoint that the people should be in charge of the means of production, should own the means of production, and that profits and government, like the GDP and everything, should be focused around the betterment of the people who own the means of production, not the top-down hierarchical capitalist system that we have now. That's the main body of what I'm talking about. Now, there are plenty of governments out there that call themselves socialists that do have some socialist tendencies, as America does as well, that are definitely not playing into the very humanist side of socialism in that way. You have socialist countries that are dictatorial and that have a lot of problems. Like, for example, Cuba has this fascistic one-party state, which I'm certainly not a fan of, but I'm not talking about that when I talk about socialism. So if you're calling in to say, I don't like Cuban socialism, neither Jimmy nor I like Cuban socialism either. That's fine. We agree with you. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
democracy.
Jimmy's talking about
pivotal
democratic socialism. I'm a big fan of democracy myself. I'm a social anarchist. I'm big in combining anarchist theory with socialist theory. That's my jam. Not everybody on the line agrees with that. Not everybody on the line agrees with anything. And so, like, yeah, just that's kind of where we're at with it, man. I just wanted to save you from having to go on a long diatribe about what Cuba is all about when we're probably already going to agree with you.
We'll agree with some. It'll get embarrassing if we start talking about, for example, the average Cuban's access to universal health care versus in the United States, where I think it's 80% of Americans have reported that they didn't get health care because they couldn't afford it and they were afraid of what the follow-up cost would be.
A little bit more about that, bro. I can tell you a little bit more about universal health care system. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't want to tell you that I want to talk to you about Cuban socialism. I want to talk about what socialism means to me because I went to college in Cuba and I studied Marxism and Leninism, and I think that it's where socialism is founded. And it's about the ownership.
But Alex, you just said you went to college in Cuba, so every version of what you just described, since the state controls the education system there, would have been presented in a way which promoted, again, the Cuban form of socialism that we wouldn't support. So whatever you're about to describe, you aren't going to be able to describe that it is untainted. And the fact of the matter is that the thing that a lot of anti-socialist propaganda leaves out, as you seem to have now recently sucked in, is the effect of capitalist countries and the way they isolate these countries. And so if you want to go into the specific things, here's what socialism means to me. It means that you don't get to exploit the people who actually generate revenue. You don't get to sit there and go, I get to make 7,000 times the amount of money that my least paid employee makes. It means that you, as a person, Alex, don't get to hoard security, because this is where I think everybody becomes a socialist. When you stop talking about money and you just replace the word money with security, the security to live, the security to eat, the security to get healthcare, security, like literal, you are secure, you have security. And when you switch those words in and you just talk about how moral is it to have a system in which a small group of people get to hoard most of the security and then let the remaining security be divided amongst the rest of us, and that security which does exist, they just got to hold it. They just got to have it. They just got to keep it, and we got to fight over it. And now you have Americans who actually cannot afford if one major event which undermines their security happens in a month, including as small as a car breaking down. You have a huge number of people here when there are people in this country with such an excess that one time you had a man who owns a very popular company whose workers individually work harder than he does, to the point that they weren't able to actually take pee breaks and meet their quotas. And that man bought a yacht so lavish that the yacht came with a smaller yacht that could be deployed by the larger yacht. So we can talk all about what the specific example of socialism is that you have and when socialism went bad. But I can sit here, Alex, and tell you that when capitalism went good, as in the way capitalists believe it should go, that the best examples of capitalism are evil. That is evil. That people are starving and dying from lack of healthcare in this country, but you have a yacht which deploys another yacht, which, by the way, participates in an economic system that actually is only amongst rich people. Because they don't bring that up too. Well, they're stimulating the economy by buying that yacht, except for that yachts are built by rich people and rich engineers. So they actually have their own separate internal economy that they keep their money within and keep away from us. So Alex, know that that's what you're up against. You're going to have you might have a single example of when socialism went bad because greedy people got in the way. And I will have all the examples of when capitalism went good for the people it was meant to work for because it actually rewards greedy people. Whereas socialism, it becomes obvious why things break down when a greedy person gets in power. When a greedy capitalist gets in power, they just become rich. That's what you're up against, Alex. You feel free to continue if you think that it's just that we don't know about the history of Cuba and what we're risking. When I'm sitting in a country and I live on a road where I can guarantee you more than half the people on my road have not sought health care because they were just afraid of what the bill might be.
Okay, so here's the thing. I see that you have, like every socialist person, that's how socialism started. They have things against rich people. And I believe, it's my belief that
I don't have anything against being rich. Okay. I want to be rich. I have a thing against billionaires. And I think that anybody in the world could live off a measly $100 million and that it is immoral. Alex, do you disagree with that money isn't money? That the word money means nothing. That in our world, money is security. Do you agree with that? That is the better metaphor for it. That money is literally the security to live, be healthy, eat. If you have more money, you live a more secure life. Can we agree with that?
Yep.
So how much security does one person need while most people have none?
Well, here's the thing.
I'd cap it at 100 million security units.
Okay. I understand your point, Jimmy. But here's the thing. The rich people, the billionaires, the
evil people, yes.
It's a country. Yeah, those evil people are the people responsible to build this great country.
Nope.
How many people went?
No,
how many people
this great country was built by slaves.
Disagree.
Well done. You have just bought into capitalist propaganda. This country was built by workers and slaves. Literally the two people that we're saying are getting fucked by this administration, by the last administration. Joe Biden wants to go off on a little thing because he made one union deal get better. Sure, he's better for unions. This is not a motherfucker who's better for workers, because under both him and Trump, the gig economy exploded. Do you know what the gig economy is? That's no fucking protection. That's everybody's a contractor, no matter the size of the company. Look, contractors have to exist, especially with companies of smaller size, but everybody, that a humongous company that is trading on the stock exchange actually has to reduce the wages of their contracted drivers because they are responsible now to shareholders that don't need to see you have profit every year. It's fine. Like that's, the minimum, but actually you are graded against whether or not the profits you had this year are greater than the profits before. So if you made $100 billion last year and you made $100 billion this year, your profitability is zero to them, even though you were profitable to $100 billion. So you have to have growth because that is the way these people measure. And the easiest way for these fuckers to grow is to go, okay, we can't do another price surge. We just did one of those. So let's lower the amount that we're actually giving back to workers. That is a fucked up bullshit thing that we're doing in this capitalist country. And you want to sit there and go, the billionaires and the millionaires were the people who built this country. I think there are a lot of dead fucking African people who would beg to fucking differ with that ignorant, privileged take. Please respond.
Yeah, okay. I understand your point, Jimmy. I understand that you're saying that slaves built this country, but here's the thing: is what I think.
Yes.
Workers that work in construction work who don't have a good pay, maybe, or nurses in hospitals, whatever. They work for somebody who is rich, but.
And who is rich? Why? By the way, Alex, why are those people rich? Where did those people get their riches from? In almost all cases, where did the majority of people get their riches from? Is it working hard?
Through their businesses? No.
Where? Okay. What is the first day on average? On average, how old is Alex? Hang on, real quick. Just answer this. On average, if you are a millionaire, how old are you usually the first day you are a millionaire?
I don't know. I don't have that.
It's 1 day old because you are these people are rich because they were born rich in almost all cases. Yes, there are breakouts. Yes, you can look at people and go, you should have a problem with that because the people. You should have a problem with that because that's literal elitism. You're sitting here saying that socialism is bad because it is going to force the people to not hoard resources. And you're saying that you're okay with the fact that if you are born poor, you will almost certainly die poor and nothing you can do about it will change that. If you are born middle class, you will almost certainly die middle class and nothing you can do can change that. And if you are born rich, you do not deserve that. You will not be connected to those people that you are allegedly serving, and you will be born in such a state that you think it is acceptable to own and buy people. And I'm not even talking about slavery anymore. I'm talking about just like fucking factories. I'm talking about the fact that you can still work 40 hours a week, bust your ass, hurt yourself with how hard you are working, not be able to take bathroom breaks, and still not you by yourself be able to afford a 2-bedroom home with you and your kids or your loved one. You can't even support a family, but these fuckers get to buy yachts with smaller yachts. You don't get to sit here and say you don't have a problem with it. Maybe that's the truth, but I'm not going to let that go and not push back. Fuck the rich as long as there is the poor. And the fact of the matter is that the reason these fuckers like being rich so much is they love contrasting themselves to the poor, even though they are responsible for the systems that kept people poor. So as you're sitting there going, you know, that's fine. That's just how it is. That's the system. That's whatever. And, you know, these people worked hard to get rich and whatever else, when in reality, they didn't work hard to get rich. The only thing they worked hard on was keeping classes separate and keeping poor people poor. Eat it. And by it, I mean the rich.
Okay. So I'm part of the poor class. I came from Cuba 2 years ago. I haven't had time to get rich or anything. So I'm part of that poor class. But I'm happy that I have a job. I'm a bilingual specialist in school in Spokane, Washington. And I'm very happy that I can have a job and nobody's going to ask me whether I'm Democrat or Republican or socialist or not.
I'm glad you have a job too, and I hope to heaven that you do not develop or have an incident which turns into a disability, because if you do, you're fucked.
I know. So I don't have a problem to give my money to the owner of the shoe shop who is a millionaire and have 7 cars and have 3 houses on the beach, because I value more those shoes than my money. I'm gonna contribute to make him rich.
Alex, you don't even know what you are working against here. Alex, the thing you need to be opposed to is that millionaire who you're giving that money to, you're not going to actually hand it to him. You're going to hand it to a person who busts their ass all week and will still not be able to afford if any kind of medical problem comes up. Still won't be able to make sure that their nutrition is thorough. Still will not be able to live in a secure situation. You are going to hand money to a person that millionaire is fucking, because what they do is when they get there and they see that worker, they go, oh my God, thank you so much for working so hard. Do you see that car I have outside? That's a McLaren. And let me tell you this right now. I mean this. Mr. Employee, Mrs. Employee, mix employee. I want you to mix employee. I don't remember how you pronounce it. I want you to know that if you work hard, even harder, you bust your hump, you're here every day, you don't take sick days. If you work hard, next to that McLaren will be my second McLaren. Fuck you. You're not getting a McLaren. That's what should bother you, Alex. It should bother you that you hand money. You have to still exist in the society. I'm still going to go buy shoes and I'm going to work to improve that worker's fucking situation because that CEO there doesn't give a fuck about you. The workers, if you die, did you say you're in construction, Alex? You brought up construction. I don't remember you said you were construction.
I'm a bilingual specialist in a school, in a middle school.
Okay. Funny enough, because you work for a school, there might actually be somebody in the bureaucratic system that might give a fuck about you. If you were construction, to the person who is up at the top, not busting their hump, not doing a day's work of hard labor, if you died, they have a system in place so he never has to feel bad about it. Let's be realistic. It's more likely a he. Not always the case, but it is. Alex, Jesus Christ, a lot of these things should fucking bug you.
I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I hardly believe he existed.
Okay. Well done.
Okay.
Nice distraction from how you just got spanked.
Yeah, no, well, Jimmy, you put words that are very logical, and you both of you guys.
I thought you were going to say gay.
And everything.
I've been tainted by the comment section. I thought you were going to say you put words very gay.
I wish he had.
I'm actually not a native speaker of English. I'm a Spanish speaker, so
You're doing good.
Couldn't possibly be able to make ideas better than other people. But I have a lot of things to say about socialism, and I would like to go back and then look at the why socialism proposed, and it's about the value of things, and socialists think that things have value according to the amount of work put into those things. For example, a pair of shoes, $100 pair of shoes, are worth $100 because more work was put there than $20 shoes. And
incorrect.
Here's the thing.
Yes,
incorrect.
That's just
incorrect. Demonstrably incorrect.
That's just labor theory of value, and it's
that's what Marxism.
Not
proposed.
that is Marxism.
Okay,
that is not socialism. You understand that not all socialism is Marxism, right?
The Marxists.
I don't think he understands much about socialism.
To propose it, but the Marx and Engels proposed socialism, and Lenin. They proposed socialism.
Right, but you understand that socialism has evolved to be a bunch of different things. There's a reason why Leninism and Marxism and Marxist-Leninism are different things, right? Like there's a lot of variation here. Not all socialists are Marxists. I don't think either. I am not a Marxist. I don't think Jimmy is either.
But
Alex, do you think that my company? Alex, you know I own a company, right?
It's about rich.
Alex, Alex, you know I own a company, correct?
No, I didn't know. I'm happy that you
Okay, well, you're literally talking, you're witnessing it. This thing, this channel is a production of my company. Okay?
And
I own the line, I own its assets. Alex, I get it from ad revenue, Patreon. We sell merchandise. By the way, there's new chewed gum merchandise. People should get it. We have multiple streams of revenue. Do you know what's crazy, Alex? You're sitting here trying to tell me how it would just be so much better, and you're trying to box in that socialism would have to be a certain way. Do you know that my company were socialism? If we were the type of socialist company I think we should be tomorrow, not only would my company not cease to exist, which I suspect you think would happen under socialism, there wouldn't be companies anymore. It wouldn't even change in structure. Because guess how I pay these motherfuckers, like the guy next to me? I literally pay on profit share. Literally, according to the amount that they contribute, how much time, like a big portion of how much they make. So even though there are shows like the Transatlantic Call-In Show, which I think is an important show, but it is viewed less, and therefore it makes less money on the individual episodes. So there's literally a system in the show for the rest of our revenues that aren't direct episode revenues, because that's split directly with the host. For all the rest of our revenues, they're put into a basket, all of it, and there's a point system according to a person's contribution. It's essentially according to how much time they spend on shows. And you are paid out proportionate to how much of that you did. Literally, I use a socialist model to run my company. And you know who here has a problem with it? No one. Everybody feels valued here. It's one of the reasons I signed on. It's right. It's like, it's so fucking fair. The only thing that would change if we became socialist is a thing that if everywhere was happening, I would be okay with it. But the fact is right now it isn't. I could probably be outvoted by the people who make up the company in an appropriate socialist system, which might not actually be true at the size of the company, but certainly would kick in at some point. Right now, technically, I hold final say and creative control. Have I ever exhibited it in a way that has made anybody upset? I can't think of one instance where most everybody thought we should do something different than I did. And I said, no, fuck all of you guys, I'll do it. In fact, I can remember instances where I disagreed and went, I think all of you are going to say that I was right and that you as a group were wrong. And by the way, that's how it played out. But it doesn't matter. That's not important. I actually will let the group. So even like only on paper would it be different because I've let these people outvote me. So if you're going to call and say that because of my experience in Cuba, socialism's bad, when not only can I not relate to the type of socialism you're saying is bad as what I want, but I'm actually putting my money where my mouth is and running my fucking company the way I think a socialist country's company should exist. Boy, Alex, it's tough. It's just tough to hear this and think that you've got a point.
I'm seeing someone in the chat saying, I think it's Ken Bonnet, saying that I'm blinded by the American dream that everyone is going to be rich in the USA. You know what my definition of American dream is?
I wish we were talking about our conversation and not getting distracted by the chat.
Okay. So, I think that you believe.
Wait, no. Okay, actually, Alex, I'm going to address what you just said. Your version of the American dream is that you own a car, but fuck everybody who doesn't in America, right? I'm with you, Alex. If we give everybody a car, it's fine. We'll stay capitalist as long as we give everybody a car, healthcare, home, all the things that are American dream, right? Access to healthcare, home, car, stability.
They're going to destroy the economy.
And then everything after all of that. I'm fucking teasing you, Alex. You literally just said you're trying to say that socialism is bad when it actually gives a fuck about the least of ours, the least of these, my brethren. It gives a fuck about them because you have a car knowing that you were in a country where literally you might have come from poverty, you might have come from Cuba, but what percentage of people are you more privileged than you, just for the fact that you own a car?
Hey, I am privileged. I noticed. To own a car.
Me too, buddy.
I am privileged to go to the bathroom and my shower has warm water. And then when it's cold out here, I can turn on my heater. And then when I go to the market, I can buy milk. You know.
Yeah. Brother, Alex, you're right. You are so much more privileged than millions of other Americans. Because I think you were trying to describe how you were more privileged than Cubans, but you actually just described how you were more privileged than literally millions of Americans in this golden butthole capitalist system, you think.
I don't see anybody that can't go to a store and
so
buy
they couldn't
a bottle
exist.
of milk. I don't know anybody.
Then, Alex, may I introduce you to the millions of people who are on food stamps, whose socialism is saving to get them the milk?
Let me introduce you to me as a child.
Listen, when I came to this country, I was on food stamps. And you know what?
Thank you to socialism.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Why on earth look, I came through the border with Biden having the borders open. I came that way in there. Nobody asked me who I was. Nobody asked me if I was a rapist.
You're lying. Alex, at this point, now I don't even think that you're Cuban. Because you are lying. That's not how the system works. You are not here on a legal status with nobody ever asking you who you are.
No.
There has never been an open border. You are now just lying.
No. Hey, no. Listen to me. I came on.
So, Alex, you don't have a visa? You don't have a visa right now?
Let me tell you.
Do you have a green card?
Let me explain myself. No, not
Are you undocumented, Alex?
No, not completely undocumented.
Then you have. Then what you just said was a blatant lie. If you are not undocumented, it is not true to say no one asked me who I was.
Exactly. In the sense that nobody.
Alex, you can't say exactly what I just debunked. The thing you just said. You are a liar. Stop lying. I just said the opposite of what you just said, and you went exactly. You said that you are not undocumented. You said two things. One, no one ever asked me who I was. And two, I am not undocumented. Those two things cannot exist at the same time.
Let me explain myself. So I came through the border, and they gave me this form called I-220A, which is an order of deportation, but with the possibility to ask for asylum. That's where I'm at. I have a lawyer that is working with me with the asylum, and I'm gonna go to court for asylum. Meanwhile, I have a driver's license. I have a work permit, because when you apply for asylum,
lots of people asking you who you are, and I very much hope that and Alex, I very much hope that if your story is true in the first place, that Harris gets in, because if she doesn't, your asylum claim is going to get denied. You will not be here on asylum if Donald Trump wins. You will be deported.
I have a huge amount of evidence that I was.
Doesn't matter. They want to shut down asylum. They want to shut down asylum. He wants to do mass deportation. The border is closed. We're full. You're going to get deported if Trump wins.
Yes. I'm not gonna be deported because there's a Cuban Adjustment Act in America that I'm under. I'm under the Cuban Adjustment Act, and I'm a
and Roe v. Wade was also the law of the land. It's amazing to me that you think this is the best country in the world, and you don't realize that the people who you are. Oh, I guess I don't know that you support Trump over Harris, but that they will absolutely do whatever they can to get rid of your brown ass. That's insane. That's insane.
Trump t-shirt right now. That doesn't mean I'm a fan of Trump. I don't follow leaders.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it absolutely does. Yet you are wearing his t-shirt. That's literally what it means. You are a fan.
Yes, because I'm supporting the Republican candidate. Because I think
I'm not wanting to go all night. You done?
Yeah,
Alex, honestly, I think you're a liar. I doubt you're even Cuban at this point.
I had so many things that I was going to try to educate you on, like what socialism is. I was going to walk you through my definitions and like how I structure it and how I see it. I was going to compare it to other power structures, but it's become more and more and more clear that like you live in a bubble and you're not willing to think outside of it. To seriously sit here and say that you don't think that there are millions of Americans that can't afford heat, can't afford food, they can't afford to get by, motherfucker, me. That's how I grew up. I grew up on the food stamps that you are now sitting here criticizing. I grew up on the type of government assistance that you are sitting here and criticizing. And my dad was an immigrant with a green card that went through this kind of systems that you're sitting here saying didn't ask you anything and you could have been anybody. My family, my childhood is an example of the kind of socialist progress that I'm advocating for. And you're sitting here saying that the systems that you are benefiting from are, terrible and evil because Cuba's bad. When we started this call by making a very clear distinction between politics and economic policy, and both Jimmy and I saying that we don't agree with the kind of totalitarian bullshit in Cuba and that the lack of political dissent, like this is so fucking dishonest. And I've been sitting here for 30 minutes listening to Jimmy tear into everything you say. I was prepared to have a serious, calm, quiet, collected conversation with you, but it's gotten more and more and more annoying to listen to you say something. Jimmy thoroughly debunks it, and then you just go, well, let me explain. And then you just say something else that's irrelevant. Dude, come on. Call me some other time, or maybe don't. I don't know. We're going to move on, though.
Before.
Nothing before. It's over.
I do love a drop off after the word before. Thank you very much. I feel like we're trading off calls. So I'll once again, whatever call you like, take the next one and I'll
Oh no, you're fine. I
agree.
I agree. I did the entire last call. I'm more than happy for you to go through that one. And like, I don't know, remember where the Palestine call was, but like, honestly, I'm happy to let you do it. I had a totally different line for him. I was going to go through like the details of like why capitalism is anti-democracy and anti-freedom, and why socialism is by definition a more free, a more fair, a more democratic system. And like, I was going to go through my thinking. There would have been a lot of room for disagreement. There would have been a lot of room for really discussion. But then to sit here and say he doesn't see anybody who can't afford groceries. Okay. And then the next sentence is, well, I'm on food stamps, but I shouldn't be. What do you want?
I was
like,
when I got here, but I disagree with
exactly,
that.
I was. I shouldn't have been given this charity.
Where I started to doubt that he existed was because the argument went from things that were believable to, if I was an American Republican, what are the things I wish an immigrant would say? Like, it was like he's either lying or he's a pick me. Like,
there was
either
some
one's
of it where,
terrible.
Like, I couldn't tell, where it's like, if I'm making shoes for minimum wage, I care more about the shoes than the money. That is a capitalist wet dream. I have this employee that cares so much about the thing. And I wanted to go through, there's this old, I don't know if it was a political cartoon or just like a blurb or something, but it's like 100 years old. It's this old thing that's just like a hypothetical conversation where like the boss says, to an employee, hey, I need you to work harder. And someone asks, why should they work harder? Well, because I pay them. What do you pay them for? Well, they make this product. How much product do they make in an hour? About $100 worth. And how much you pay them for an hour? $10 worth. So it sounds like they're paying you $90 to tell them to work harder.
Right.
Well, no, you don't understand. I own the machines. How did you afford the machines? I put in the capital. Where'd you get the capital from? From the money that the employee made for me. So why wouldn't they own the machines? And like, you just go through this gambit where it just like, it's this kind of just conversation that you can have with yourself to just establish the fact that all the labor comes from the worker, or not the labor, pardon me, the value comes from the workers. And for him to sit here and try to espouse the labor theory of value, saying that's just how much labor you put into it, that's the value, and then try to insinuate that all socialists are Marxists and all of us adhere to this idea, it's just, the dude's never read any. You don't have to fucking go out and read socialist theory. You just have to compare ideas and talk to people who disagree with you from time to time, and not try to fucking put out this fucking capitalist propaganda because you love America so much, and that's why nobody's poor except for you who came here, even though that shouldn't have happened apparently. Ugh.
I'll say this. I can agree with one thing for my own company. I don't believe workers. I'm against the workers here going on strike because I actually pay them so fairly. I literally can't afford to pay them more. I don't. Where would I get the money? What would I give you guys? Like, I guess, all right, you guys win. Anyway, I'm going to go live in the underpass because what the fuck do I do now? Like, fucking Christ. There would be no, there's no more to give.
It's
fucking
just grumpy. It's gross and it's terrible. And we have 2 calls left. And both these calls, one of these calls has been waiting for an hour and a half. The other one is waiting for almost 2.5 hours. So I'm going to take the 2.5 hour call first because holy fuck, what do we do with this? We got John. Pronouns he, him, calling in from nipple erections, who says he's got a friend on the fence between Trump and RFK, which that shouldn't be a problem anymore since RFK has already dropped out, I believe, and endorsed Trump, but says he wants an argument to push him away from Trump. What the fuck do we do with that? John, you're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest. How you doing?
Hashtag on the fence.
Doing great. Big fan, guys.
Did I say friends?
He's actually talking about writing in the name candidate.
Do it.
Wild.
Tell him to do it. That's great.
Yeah, tell him to do that.
Don't vote for Trump.
Don't vote for Trump. Write in the name Kennedy. That's fine.
What congressional district is he in Omaha?
A bit of a we're in District 2.
Okay, yeah. Tell him to write it in.
Yeah, go for it. That's great. That helps everybody.
I'm looking for, do you have like a steel man argument for voting third party? Like I've tried vote your conscience, that kind of
thing. No. You called the wrong place, my friend.
Yeah, just play him the first call. the first call where that guy was trying to tell me that it doesn't matter anyway because it's already locked in, so he might as well write in a candidate that he likes or vote third party so that it'll prove a point to the government. Or you can play to their insecurities and tell them that this is the only way to show the deep state that they're serious and that they're not a sheeple who's just going to vote along party lines, or anything else. I don't care. But like, yeah, that's holy crap. That's dumb. Go on, Jimmy. What do you say?
I have an idea.
What are your words? Yeah.
John, make a deal with your friend that you'll write him in if he writes you in, and then vote for Harris anyway. It's okay to lie to save human rights. Word, don't tell him that. Does he know you already voted by mail?
No, he doesn't watch the show.
He doesn't.
A lot of corruption, a lot of, when you vote by mail, then, yeah, tell him you're going to tell him because you care about him so much and don't want to have him vote in a way that is against his conscience. Because again, human rights are what's on the line. We're talking about the lives of women, trans people, queer people, and frankly, the lives of a different number of even dead Gazans and Lebanese people and the genocides that are probably about to explode, that at least those genocides will be smaller, if not hindered. It's okay to lie to save lives, which you will be doing. So John, make a deal with them and say, look, I don't want you, I can't abide this. I don't want you to do this. So listen, we'll write in each other. You'll get a vote for president. They're not going to report it anywhere. He's not going to be able to call you on your lie. Everybody who has a friend who's not voting for Harris, lie to them, make a deal with them to write in your name and you'll write in their name. Lie to your friends and then go vote for Harris. Please do this. Start this campaign. This isn't illegal, right?
All the people,
I don't think so.
All the people who are, I don't think so. All the people who are saying that like Harris is just as bad on genocide. At least Harris called for a 2-state solution and a ceasefire. At least she said those words. Like, it's do I think she's going to be much better? Not much, but at least she said we need a ceasefire and a 2-state solution, and Trump said we need to finish the job. Like, holy fuck!
I'll tell you this: they're bad on Israel, but they are clearly coming to a head on Netanyahu, and that might actually make a difference. They are not fans, and that might actually matter.
That's
soon.
True.
I hope.
Trump called Gaza a PR issue. Come on. If you think these two are the same on this, holy fuck.
Netanyahu now uses what happened in Gaza as a threat. Did you watch his speech to Lebanon? And he literally says to them, take your country back now so you don't see the sort of suffering and devastation we see in Gaza. Like that is some psychopath shit from the modern day Hitler.
Pretty clear.
Anyway, sorry. I jumped in.
John. No, it's fine. It's fine. John already hung up. He hung up a while ago.
Hi, John.
We've only got one call left, and it's somebody who's been waiting for a long time.
If I have one message for everyone, though, I do want to reiterate. In fact, everybody send your super chats with the best lie you can tell to your friends. Let's have a contest, and the winner will get nothing. We'll get nothing. But here's what I'm going to do. Guys, I'm not lying. Whoever wins, I will write in for president. I'm not gonna.
There you go.
I'm lying. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna still vote for Harris. I'm telling them I'm gonna write them in, but I'm gonna vote for Harris still.
Lying is fun and cool. We've got Kat, pronoun she, they, calling in from Nutcrust, who says, how do I talk to Trump supporting... And how do I talk to Trump voting family who don't know how to research when I don't know how to research? This person's been waiting for almost 2 fucking hours. Kat, you're on the line with Forrest and Jimmy. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm awesome. Thank you for waiting so long. Hey, check out a website called guides.vote. GUIDES.VOTE. And they have a really simple, you can pick which race you're looking at. And they've got a really simple side-by-side breakdown of like each individual issue. So like I've got it pulled up right here actually, because I saw your call and I pulled this up earlier. I was going to put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat at this moment. It's www.guides.vote. So like here I've got Trump and Harris right here. The issues: abortion, ban or legal, and they've got quotes with sources. You can click and see where the quote comes from. And then they've got like a brief summary. So abortion, ban or legal. Harris, legal. Every woman should have the right to make decisions about her own body. This fight is about freedom. With Biden, strengthened abortion pill access and abortion patent protections, overturned Trump Planned Parenthood federal funding ban, would sign national abortion rights if a bill of Congress passed. Trump, ban. After 50 years of failure, I was able to kill Roe v. Wade. Did so by appointing 3 anti-abortion Supreme Court justices. It was, quote, a miracle. States should decide for themselves, potentially monitoring women's pregnancies and prosecuting women for getting abortions. Abortion is really not that big of an issue. Those are quotes and stated stances and details. And then the next one is climate change, and then criminal justice, and then economy, and then education. And it goes step by step down the line. It is a super easy and accessible tool that anybody can use without having to know how to do research to learn about the candidates and what they stand for. That is guides.vote.
That's a great answer.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't expecting such like a concise answer right off the bat.
There's other ones. There's like Ballotopedia and shit like that. But I prefer this. This one's new. I've never seen this one before this election, and it's fucking awesome. And they don't just have these two. Looking at the main page here, they've got them. They've got vice president. They've got a few different Senate races here. That you can look up a lot of different candidates and figure out what's going on.
That's awesome. I feel like at least with my family, a lot of the problems is like the issues at hand. Like they kind of know what he's doing and doesn't care. Like they're kind of pro-Christian nationalist, young earth creationist, like the whole 9 yards. I have like 12 siblings. They are pretty deep into it, and they're still on the like, no, gay people shouldn't be allowed to get married. But also my mom fully believes that she's going to be in jail for being Christian within the next 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
only if I get elected.
it's a bad time. But yeah, I think that's a great one to start with, and especially because it shows like clickable links about like where their stances actually are. That might be a good way to have a conversation. And then, if you're talking about like, let's see here, let's pick one about that. She thinks it's gonna be legal to be Christian. Whew. Let's pick education. So you're talking about that limit. The question on the thing here is, should we limit teaching about racism and gender identity? And there's a whole thing over here for Harris, but then on Trump, the first thing here is he wants to certify teachers who, quote, embrace patriotic values. So I would turn this around to her now. With that. Yeah, well, that's it. I would turn this around to her now and say, okay, so you think it should be illegal to be, you're scared that it's going to be illegal to be a Christian. You're scared that you're going to be persecuted for your thing. Here is this structure here saying that you have to agree with the government in order to have certain jobs, in order to be allowed to teach children, things like that. Do you not see how that's the same thing as what you're afraid of, just applied to a different person? Can I read you this little high school poem that everybody should have read about first they came for the socialists and first they came for the Jews and first they came for and all these things? Like can we read this little poem? Can we read The Hangman by Maurice Ogden, which is like one of my favorite poems of all time? You know what I mean? Like you can take some of these things, and now you have these resources, you can kind of like just put it back to them and say, the only reason you like these things is because they benefit you and they hurt people you don't like. And that is a fucking dangerous game, because the problem with fascism, and I think what a lot of Christian nationalists don't understand about this, the problem with fascism is that it is doing exactly what you don't want done to you to somebody else. And eventually it will be done to you. You are working your ass off to take away your rights. By taking away other people's rights, you are now also losing the rights that those people had. And eventually you're in this tiny little box of only the rights that you like, only these little things that you appreciate, that you had. And when the next person in power disagrees with you, now they're going to use this exact same precedent to take you out next. And none of those people that could have defended you, None of that diversity that would have been your strength is there to support you anymore. That's I think the biggest lesson. So when you go through this thing and you see like, you can even play the game of just like switch the names. Here we've got, I don't know, pick your favorite here. Gun regulations, expanding Affordable Care Act. I don't know. Pick any of these where we're talking about, these person taking away right here. Limit or expand LGBT rights. So Harris, first to officiate some of the very first same-sex marriages in the country. Super pro this. Trump over here banning trans people from the military, ending anti-discrimination protections, weakening LGBT discrimination protections on a federal level. So like, just switch the names and switch the policies. Are you cool with it if you have this candidate up here who is weakening discrimination protections from religion and saying that it's okay to discriminate against Christians? Are you cool with it if this person is up here ending, established law that says that it's illegal to discriminate against somebody based on their religious beliefs and things like that? You know what I mean? Just put it in the context of where it affects them and say, okay, now something as fundamental to you as your Christianity, which I think is bullshit to compare Christianity to sexuality or gender, but like it'll get through to them. Something as fundamental to you as your Christianity is somebody's gender or sexuality over here. And you're saying that you're okay with that same feeling that you have, that same fear that you have being enacted on somebody else, being distributed. That's the way that I would frame it.
Yeah.
And it may not work, but I feel like it's a lot less confrontational.
Yeah, they definitely
also get them to call the show.
Also get them to call the show.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But yeah, I feel like the thing is they're not saying like taking away rights from these people. They see that as helping them because they are legitimately under the belief that every gay and trans person would be happier if they weren't misled into being gay or trans.
Sure, and I get that, and that is the point.
And
of
I am
freedom.
gay, and my partner is a trans woman, so it definitely makes it a little harder because she's still in the closet, and so it's kind of like how do I get them to see the humanity?
Yeah, that is the point of freedom, and that is what you're going to have to work hard to get across. Is that again, switch it around. I do think that like people would be better off without Christianity. I would never, ever advocate for outlawing Christianity or for forcing people to be not Christian anymore, right? These people here now, your family members are saying, well, these gay and trans people, they'd be happier without it. But that's the point of freedom, is that they get the choice to do this. If you think being gay is a choice, fine. I think being straight is a choice too then, and I'm giving you the choice to be straight. This is the same thing as on the other call a little while ago when we were talking about abortion, and Jimmy was like, you're allowed to get an abortion too, bro. If you ever get pregnant, you're allowed to have an abortion. It's not a special protection just for people with uteruses. You also get this privilege if you ever should want it. Like, that's kind of the argument, is just like, at the end of the day, what we're talking about is freedom. Do you want more freedom or less freedom? And if you want less freedom, just because these people are living a lifestyle that you don't like, I'm using the language that they're using. I don't condone this language, but just to get it across, you know what I mean? If you want less freedom because these people have a different lifestyle than you, then what's going to happen when somebody says that you also deserve less freedom because you have a different lifestyle from them, which is precisely what you're afraid of because you think that it's going to be illegal to be Christian. What you are doing is laying the framework to make it illegal to be Christian someday, because a different kind of Christian is going to come into power and say your Christianity is wrong. There are over 40,000 denominations of Christianity in the world. One of them, many of them, think that yours is wrong. And if one of those types of Christians has the same mentality as you, you're in big trouble. So what fascism does, and what this kind of thinking does, is it tries to pit us against each other in order to pick off weaker, smaller groups until eventually you are the weak, small group that gets picked off. And like I would do everything that I could to help them see. It's going to be so much of a harder battle to get them to see the humanity of you and your partner than it is for them to see the real danger to them. And that is a horrible, harsh reality that I have learned talking to people who struggle with fascistic ideology. It is so much more difficult for them to see the people that they are oppressing as humans and understand that their behaviors suck than it is to get them to understand that the same exact tactics that they're using to hurt other people can and will be used against them as well. That's what my argument would be.
Yeah, I feel like that's honestly a really good way to go and a really good way to like bring it up to them, because I feel like you're right, they could relate to that. They feel like they are going to prison, you know?
Yep.
I did have like another question, like part of it is like, how do you look at a research paper? It's like, I never learned how to do any of that. I was homeschooled growing up, and like, I feel like that would be a good thing to learn, because I feel like my parents expect me to be like a biologist and a geologist and a historical like scientist before I can be really sure that God's not real.
People who don't understand how science works thinks that, you know, every scientist knows all science forever, and that it's kind of like whenever we talk about socialism and things on shows like this, it's like, okay, well then you have to have an answer on how to restructure every iota of every part of society in a socialistic way, otherwise I don't take you seriously. You know what I mean? But yeah, so just what's your level of education right now? Where are you at?
I graduated high school, but it was like homeschooled, and it was all Christian curriculum. Okay. So no accuracy.
Starting fresh. Okay. And you have no college whatsoever under your belt yet?
No.
Okay. Are you interested in studying science in any way?
I would like to, but it's not like financially reasonable for me to go to college right now. I'm like 24, living on my own, disabled, and it's kind of hard for me to access that at the moment.
Girl, check out Pell Grants. For real. Pell Grants, if you go to a community college in your area, it says you're in North Carolina. I don't know what kind of community colleges you have nearby, but go to your community college, talk to an academic advisor, figure out a degree program that you like, and figure out financial aid. They should have a financial aid department. And then you go to FAFSA.gov, fill out that FAFSA form. You may, because you're under 25, you may have to get a statement from your parents, a written statement saying that they are not financially supporting you. They sometimes make you do that. So talk to a financial advisor at your local college about it. But very often, if you go to undergraduate education at a community college level, those courses are so cheap. They're supposed to be, you know, for the local community. And those entry level, what we call gen eds, those very basic, you know, composition, American federal government, history, things like that, they're the same fucking everywhere. You can take Comp 1 at MIT for $10,000. You can take it at your community college for like $500. And they're usually so cheap that when you get a Pell Grant from the government, which is, you don't have to pay it back. It usually covers it and then some. When I was young, I lived off of like Pell Grants for a minute. Like they were enough to cover my college tuition. And then there was like a couple $1,000s left over for like a cushion. And you get a tremendous amount of Pell Grants. Almost my entire undergraduate education. I've 4 undergraduate degrees that were almost entirely covered by Pell Grants. So
also worth noting though, because of Professor Smarty McSmartypants over here, education doesn't have to come in an institution either. If that's difficult to get to, check out Khan Academy. Check out, like, there are literally online institutions that are free that will give you the same courses you get in the college. The what's the name of the guy? Him and his brother are the Vlog Brothers.
You're talking about
Hank
Crash
Green.
Course with Hank Green?
Yeah, Hank Green on it might be Khan Academy does a Bio 101 that is literally identical to college Bio 101. So you don't actually have to go and get certified in it to learn it either.
Yeah, Arizona State University just did a thing with Hank Green as well. I forgot what exactly it's called, but it is like entry-level college courses. So like those are all things to do. Khan Academy fucking sucks in my opinion. It's a terrible. It's great information, but it's fucking boring. So like I don't know, but like I'm just saying, don't rule it out.
Okay, well Hank's classes are fine. I'm just saying.
In response to your actual question,
to people who have had no education and may not have access to higher education, free resources sometimes are still good, even if they're boring. There, Forrest.
It doesn't
Privilege.
matter. I
Yeah,
just realized
definitely.
my shit's been zoomed
This
in.
guy with his
my-
college privilege.
Your question about how to read a
also-
paper. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, yeah, because it's actually my disability that makes it pretty hard for me to get to school as well, because I have a brain injury and I can't read for more than a few minutes without a migraine. So it makes it difficult to like keep up with classes and stuff. But so something online would probably be better.
Yeah, any university should have like disability access resource and accessibility resources. They should be able to help you and give you specialized programming, specialized resources in order to make it more functional for you. It is the law that they have to do that. But a couple of things I'm going to show you quickly. Let me grab a paper from nearby. So here's...
I do got to start wrapping up. So yeah, let's just be succinct.
Yeah, whatever. I'm teaching science.
Well, he's
right
grabbing
now.
that. I really do appreciate you guys. You guys have changed my life. Jimmy, especially. I started watching your videos whenever I started leaning more liberal and was still a Christian and like still a young earth creationist. And you just looked me straight in the eyes and said, evolution is a fact. Like a theory in science is not the same as a theory in like colloquial terms. And I was just lied to so deeply that one thing just like triggered me where I was like, oh, if they're lying about that, they could be lying about basically anything. And it triggered me to actually do research and to get that out.
It turns out they were lying about a lot, I bet.
Yeah.
I feel you.
I'm looking for, I've got a ton of just random papers laying around, but I'm looking for one that's a little bit more like just like casual. So this one is new Eutriconodont mammal and evolutionary development in early mammals. Pretty cool. By Liu et al. And so like what you're going to get when you get a research paper is going to come in a few sections. The first part is going to be the abstract. The abstract is just the summary of the whole damn thing that the paper says. Here's what we're looking at. Here's why we're looking at it. Here's what we did. Here's what we found out. Bum. Super easy. Then you've got right after that. This one is a description, so it kind of sucks. Okay, so this one is COVID-19 human challenge studies, ethical issues. So it's talking about specific kind of ways to test vaccines. Again, we got the abstract up top. Then the first thing we've got is the introduction. The introduction is giving you all the background information you need for why they are studying this thing, why they are doing what they're talking about in this issue. Then you've got a bunch of different sections. Usually in this area, you're going to have a methods section. Methods is what experiment they did, how they did that experiment, all the details of what they did and why. The results section is what came of the experiment that they did, what was the end of result. The discussion section is going to be talking about the bigger picture, how that connects to reality, how that connects to our bigger world. And then they're going to come up with the very end is going to be a conclusion section, which is summarizing everything they just said again, kind of like the abstract, but saying, here's the point. Here's what you need to know. So when you read a scientific paper, read the abstract first to learn if the paper is worth your time to read. Is this about what you want it, what you're looking for? If it is, I recommend skipping straight to the discussion section and just seeing what is the actual point of the paper, what is the thing that they are getting across, what is the relevance, why are we talking about this stuff? If there's stuff in there that you don't understand, go back and read the introduction because that's where they explain it to you. The only time you ever really need to read the methodology, the methods and materials section, or the results section is if you are actually critically analyzing the paper, which sometimes you need to do. But skipping straight to that discussion and conclusion and just understanding what's the fucking point of what they discovered and why is this relevant to me, super reasonable, totally cool thing to do unless you are doing like actual research in this area and trying to break things down. Another thing you should always be doing when you're looking up scientific papers, check who is citing them. So like if you go to Google Scholar, for example, and you look up whatever paper you want, it'll have the title of the paper. And then down below, it'll have a bunch of other little links. And one of them will say cited by. Click on that and see who else is using this paper for their research. Because there might just be a bunch of people saying why this paper is bullshit. You know what I mean? Here's this other study. Here's why it makes no freaking sense. You know what I mean? Honestly, if you have no training in this area, if you're not comfortable with science yet, I wouldn't recommend diving right into research papers because the thing about research papers is they are extremely esoteric and they're digging usually unless it's like a review paper or a synthesis or whatever like that, they're usually digging into one very specific question about one very specific thing. So it's not like there's not like a paper out there like, did humans evolve? And here's the experiment that proves it. It's like the evolution of this cusp of this tooth in this species at this time period from this site. And here's our idea. Like, it's super, super specialized and super duper niche. What I would recommend doing instead is get on Amazon and pick up some introductory level, freshman level textbooks that'll like very openly like explain the basics. I always recommend this one. I've got over here. I've got so many.
He is giving so much information. There's no way this is the right amount of information.
This is exactly why I called when Forrest was on.
Right.
Yes, I'm going to rewatch this a lot.
Fucking hear it from you, sir, who just went on a fucking 30-minute tirade about socialism. I don't want to fucking hear it. We're in the same time zone, bitch. I'd fucking
Mr. Gaza. Palestine. I just gotta go.
Oh yeah, no. Pardon me. No, I was only defending the victims of genocide. I'm so sorry. You were talking about how Cuba sucks.
I'm
here.
Sorry, I was only defending the victims of capitalism.
Yeah.
By the way, some of the victims of capitalism, Gaza.
Truth. This is essential biology. So Campbell is the brand, like Campbell soup. Campbell makes a biology textbook, which looks like this. Sorry, I should have brought this earlier. Hold on a second. Okay, I got it right here. So this is actual Campbell biology. This is the actual textbook. Look at this thick bitch. It's almost as wide as my giant fucking head. This guy right here is like what you memorize half of this fucking thing and you have a bachelor's degree. Like, that's what this is for. This is Campbell Essential Biology. Sweet little guy, right? This is what they use in like intro to bio for non-majors classes. I know that because I got this when I took intro to bio for non-majors while getting my education degree. And so like this guy's super chill and easy to read. This is an old edition, so buy a newer one. But if you find a semi-recent edition, they're going to be like $30-$40 on Amazon. And you can actually parse through that and it'll have like when it goes through here, it'll say some shit that's like pretty clear, and it'll usually have some resources as well. Like it might cite a few things. It might show you other stuff that you can look to. But books at this level aren't about giving you research papers to study. They're just about laying out factual information as best as we understand. And so like that's what I would recommend. Thank you, Kat,
so much. See the rest of his answer at Instagram.
Go get a
He's going to post a reel with the rest of his answer just for you.
Textbook. That's what I would do.
Thank you. I'm glad I could talk to you guys. It was extremely helpful.
Thank you, Kat.
It was awesome. Never stop learning. I love talking to you too.
Bye. She was very nice, and I appreciate.
She was great. How long did that? What was the timestamp on that before you closed?
24
minutes.
56 seconds.
23 minutes. Yeah. 23 minutes to say go buy these 2 books. All right, let's do the soups.
It was one book, first of all, and second of all, we covered a lot of stuff.
It was a book and an abridged book. I got you. $20 for my owner. My sister is voting for Trump. I just gotta move. I gotta be gone, and like the sooner the better. $20 for my iota. You can keep going if you want after. If Arden wants to stick around, you want to take calls solo, I don't give a fuck.
I don't want to take calls, but I do want to read The Hangman by Maurice Ogden really quickly. It's a short poem, and then we'll move on from there.
That's copyrighted material. It's copyrighted. $20 for my iota. My sister is voting for Trump. I went on to just talk to her about what we could do if we taxed 90% after 500K made, anti-war and abortion rights, and she thought it sounded great. I'm here like, sis, you're not a Republican. It's funny how if you talk socialism to a lot of Republicans, but you don't say socialism, they will agree with most things you say.
They agree a lot.
Here you go, buddy.
Oh, am I reading? Fuck. $20 from Mr. Borussia. Boricua. 10.
Boricua.
I wonder if the U.S. would fare better under a sort of parliamentary type system of government. I think we'd get a better rep in Washington. At the very least, we would get rid of the ED. You got to get rid of that ED. Let the pop vote work instead of polychess.
The answer is yes. We should abolish the Senate. We should move to a representative-based system that makes the Congress the House quite a bit larger, and we should vote for parties. Parties should get institutional power, and they should be required to form a coalition government. There's a reason why America is the primary exporter of democracy. Nobody adopts our form of democracy anywhere else because it is understood to be dog shit.
I also think that they meant EC. I think they meant electoral college, not erectile dysfunction. $5 from Kendrick99. Third parties need to win down ballots before there's any chance of a presidency. A third-party senator would feel like a real competitor versus some rando. Tell that to Bernie Sanders, who is an independent senator and has not won a presidential race and keeps getting kicked out. Speaking of Bernie Sanders, all the people who I saw several people in the chat grumping about how, like, why do we keep calling her Kamala? We should call her Harris like we do with every other male politician.
Because
Bernie,
it's her brand. She decided
Mayor
it.
Pete. We called Joe Biden Joe for the longest time. I like Ike. Also, she said that's her name. That's how she wanted to be referred to. Holy crap.
I get it's
her brand is literally
but it is like
Kamala.
an age-old feminist talking point that we tend to refer to powerful men with their last name, and we don't often extend that same courtesy to women who we otherwise would. But I agree, it's her brand.
And if she asked for it, of course I would. But she literally is a one-word brand like Beyonce. But you know what Beyonce's last name is? Knowles. Ain't nobody out here being like, why are you disrespecting Beyonce and Oprah by not mentioning Mrs. Winfrey and Mrs. Knowles? If that is their brand, I think respecting a woman's desires to be called what she wants to be called, that maybe, just maybe, because technically, if we want to get really fucking dickish with it, you need to be calling her Madam Vice President Harris. Just calm the fuck down and call people what they want to be called. Jesus Christ. Elon.
Yeah, Arden.
$10 from Mr. Bree. No, I don't think Arden was disagreeing. Were you?
No, she wasn't. I was just kidding.
No, I was just saying that I think there's some validity to the point of using a woman's last name. Like,
generally, but she's been asked to be called
this particular case. Yeah, I agree with you, but in this particular case, I think it's a bullshit distraction talking point that I see way too many leftists making. You know what I mean?
Yes,
that's all I'm saying.
Her convention sign still said Kamala. Like, all right. Kamala. That's what I'm going to call it. Kamala. Comrade.
You don't know anything about feminism, Arden. You know, you're misogynist trying to tell me
Arden,
things.
I didn't know you were a bigot. It's really disappointing. $10 from Mr. Boricua. Oops, addendum, meant electoral college. I'd like to see how much more even the playing field would be with regards to not having to play the U.S. states as a giant political chessboard. System sucks. Can you just do a skim and see if any of these contain questions for me? Because I think I'm going to let Forrest solo the end of this show too. I'll read it while you skim though. $20 from HP Lovecats. It took Jill Stein 2.5 years to call Putin a war criminal. Mehdi Hassan made her squirm. She's gross and I've got no respect for people that vote for her. Yeah, Mehdi's actually, that dude's, for a journalist, very respectable, even if he does think that Muhammad flew away on a winged horse.
Yeah, don't respect his religion, but loving his journalistic integrity recently, especially considering the situation. He's been very cool about it. I love when I see in his work.
Next. If you're up for it, you could join.
Is
none?
Is this one?
Oh, good. What's the make model of that guitar? A bunch of us are so curious. Schecter Diamond Series.
Nerd.
Well, I didn't have the right tool to finish the job. Unfortunately, never mind. I'm not going to go into detail. Was that the only one you said for me?
Yep, that was the only one specifically for you.
Do you want to replace me? Do you want to take this window, or do you have a thing ready for Forrest to replace me? I can just pause my video here.
I don't have a camera set up, but I can put Forrest on a 1-up.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, you can either do that, or you can just enjoy. Let's see. How about a face like?
Well, that's what that is now, and here I am.
Good enough.
Well,
bye.
Jimmy has left us, and it is just the Forrest show again, and I'm going to make that everybody's problem. So, next slide, please.
Wait, did you not? Oh, no, you did this one. Sorry.
Yeah, we did this one, but we're going to... $5 from Mariah Bannister. How did Jimmy get so good at political commentary? Oh, fuck, it's my giant stupid face. Hold on, I got to adjust this thing. I have a big black box that I keep over this side of the screen to cover my dumb face up, and so I'm gonna keep.
Oh
doing
wait,
that.
I have an idea.
Oh, okay.
No, just go forward with this, but it'll surprise you in a second. Okay.
Okay, I can't. I'm not gonna be able to see the screen because I'm covering my dumb face because I don't want to see my dumb face.
That's fine. That's fine. You can cover the screen.
Okay. Okay. I'm
did you read
covering the
this
screen.
Shit.
I'm doing it right now. Probably through self-loathing and anxiety. He's good though. Yeah, no, Jimmy is good at political commentary, and it's a lot of fun to watch him work. It's not my bag, as you may have seen tonight, but there are a few things that like I have strong opinions on that I will ramble into. I'm always down for a good ramble. Next. Cedar and Sound Studio sent $10. If Dunning-Kruger were a German guitar brand, it would be in tune, no matter how out of tune it is. Nice. Nice. I'm looking up. Hold on. Is this copyrighted? I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. Oh, that's great. That's perfect. That's perfect. Is this an old video or is this actually a man here?
This is actually him. I don't know why he's not talking right now, but
hell
I was
yeah.
waiting. I still had the video up and I was listening to Forrest, and so I thought Forrest was still talking because I was 30 seconds behind. But is it my turn?
No.
Can we read that one?
It can be your turn. No, this is way better than it was. I hated to. I was going to sit here and bullshit around and take just to drive Arden insane with it. This is a way better scenario.
Sweet. $10 from Brooks Dingus. Jimmy, stop edging me. Forrest nods approvingly.
Yeah, dude. $5 from Eris385. Elon embraced Turkey and media in censorship when their presidents told him to. Neat. I didn't know that. I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounds like something he'd do.
$5 from Jonathan. Compensation for the ad money you might make from me viewing. Can I leave now or do I still have to keep watching? I'm going to say that a $5 contribution, you can leave, but you shouldn't, because Forrest might take another 10 minutes and teach you 53 things, and then you would have to donate $5 probably 4 more times. So if you can't quite afford that, yeah, I guess you can go ahead and leave. And if you're not really interested in learning, I guess you can take off. But, you know, I sat here the whole time learning from Forrest and Jimmy. I didn't have $5 on me to donate, so I figured I'd just jump in and read super chats.
That's worth the $5. I'm also, I don't know if this poem is actually copyrighted, so I'm just putting a link to it in the chat so everybody can read it. It's a very powerful and very short poem. It's really, really important, and everybody should read it. And I used to have it memorized, and it's really cool. $10 from Crystal B. Having such an intimate moment with dopamine deserves this super chat. Embrace your dopamine. Thanks for the show, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
I like embracing my dopamine.
Mm-hmm.
$5 from Blackwater Ted. Who's someone alive today who you think will become a historical figure in the future? Well, I'm not going to be the pedantic person that I almost was, and because we'll all be historical figures. But I think the question, read the way it was intended, is who's going to become a prominent historical figure?
Kamala Harris, who is going to be known as the first woman president.
I think she's already even if she doesn't get elected, I think she becomes a historical figure. First woman vice president. So. First woman vice president is there. Yeah, that's a big one. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could think of like musical acts that I think are going to fade away and nobody's going to remember in 10 years, and then there's others that I think are going to be a big deal. But
yeah,
I don't know how to expand that out of like the cult of personality of celebrity and look at who's genuinely significant. I think there's going to be one of these young chess grandmasters is going to finally be better than Magnus Carlsen. And that's going to be a big deal.
Yeah. I can dig with that. I can do that. I don't know anything about it, but like, yeah.
Up till today, Magnus is the GOAT in my opinion. But is this one me to read?
$4.99. I think it's mine. $4.99 from Skeptic Dank. Forrest, are your insides the structure of property ownership? Because I want to rearrange them. Jimmy, go fuck yourself to completion all night long.
Wow.
That's very funny. That is very
all night long.
So something has happened with the order. I might send some that you've already read. So if so, just tell me. But
I won't remember.
Oh, can I pull that up?
Yep, you can.
All right.
Although we're totally out of order right now, so it might get fucked.
Well,
but
it should highlight for me which one's been done. So, nope, maybe not.
No, it doesn't do it unless you've done it on your end. It's such a stupid system.
But I can find the one that you're on.
It's on the second page. It's like the 5th from the top.
Yeah. So that's the one I just sent, and you did all the ones before that.
Yeah, we might have some doubles. So if Forrest happens to remember, he can tell you, and if not, you can just read it twice. Lucky for that person.
He won't remember.
That's all right.
You barely remember.
$5 Canadian from David Haxor. How weak is your president that he can't protect women's right to health care? Fair.
For real. $5 from Monkey, a typewriter. Leo, you want a signed statement from BB saying we gonna take them all out, screw UN conventions? Evil fucks rarely actually twirl mustaches.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
really
really hard to get more clear.
It was a very frustrating call to listen to. I thought you guys did a great job, but the frustration of listening to Leo, because like I get accused frequently of in debates of just being like, well, I'm not convinced. But what I'm actually doing is holding up a standard for burden of proof and pointing out that their claim hasn't actually made it. But even I am convinced because of what you said and what others have said and other things along those lines. The notion that there are people who do a cartoon version of me that are like, Matt wouldn't believe in God if God showed up right near it and stood right in front of him and said, hi, I'm God and I can prove it. Well, no, if he actually can prove it, then of course I'm going to believe. Similarly, Leo seems to be like in a position where I know intent is incredibly difficult to demonstrate. It's about, you're trying to put yourself in somebody else's mind. But if the people in charge are saying, we're going all out to destroy these vermin, and then they take the actions, it's genocide.
It's genocide.
It's just... but even if it wasn't, this is one thing I kind of wanted to ask while you were on with Leo, but I didn't, and that is, apart from actual criminal charges, Leo agreed that there were war crimes. He just didn't know if it rose to the level of genocide. And I'm like, what fucking difference does it make what you label it? If we're not doing a trial here, then it doesn't matter if Forrest and I are convinced that this is a genocide. It doesn't matter whether it meets your particular perception of what you think genocide is. It doesn't even matter if it meets the legal definition or if these individuals are ever prosecuted for it. We're talking about, we all agree there's a problem. All of us, including Leo, agree that it was war crimes. And then we're going to sit here and go, yeah, but is it really genocide if we can't show intent? And how could we show intent? I agree completely with what Monkey Typewriter is doing here. This notion of not every criminal's as stupid as Donald Trump and announces that he's actually doing it and that he's going to get away with it. Some of them don't say it because the second you say, yes, we're going to wipe them out, now all of a sudden you've admitted to the war crime.
Precisely. It's just, I don't know, man. It's super dishonest. And I think with Leo specifically, especially being German, I think he's hitting this kind of wall where he even admitted if anybody else acted like with the pager bombs, that is terrorism. And because it is in this particular case where he has a much deserved special historical context to his opinion, I understand where that comes from, and I'm not belittling that. It's like when we talk about like with Hamas, I was very clear to point out like I am not in any way excusing or justifying what they did or what they are. but you have 2 million people in this tiny little box and you're denying them basic human rights, yeah, you're going to get fucking terrorism. Are you kidding me? I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it should have happened. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that the apartheid issue is still an issue that you need to be fixing. And I guarantee it's a great way to make more fucking extremists is bomb their families. Like, shit, dude. It's so frustrating. I don't know, man. 999 from the Jessiest of all Jurdax. Forrest, I fucking love you. I fucking love you too, dude. Thanks for speaking truth to fascism. Have your back forever, dude. Likewise. Jesse Jurdak is an extremely good person, and everybody should go check out his channel and his Patreon and everything else. He's a genuinely nice guy. Genuinely one of the nicest people I've ever met. And cool content creator. If you're into TTRPG stuff, go check him out.
Wow. That's his primary focus is tabletop role-playing games?
Yep. He makes if you've watched any part of Roll for Initiative,
I did.
He made all of the set pieces for that. So like the giant tree monster and all the things, he made that shit from scratch for that show. That's just what the man does. He is an amazing storyteller. He's an amazing gamer. I don't know what the words are. Amazing DM. And
I wish I was
creator
still into
as well, like his maker. Oh, it's great. It's great. I wish I could play.
There's tons of games that I used to love, including, I was part of some serious role-playing groups where we had a friend of mine created a system that I think that's a generic. It's kind of like GURPS, but percentile based, and you can use it for anything. But I think it's better than GURPS. I think it's better than AD&D. I think it's better than any of the other role-playing systems that we ever played. And you can do whatever you want with it because it's just percentile based. And Russell's the best fucking GM on the planet. But it's cool to watch on occasion. I just don't have the time to invest. I don't even have the time to invest in some of my big board. Like I've got board games downstairs that'll take 4 to 12 hours, and we don't ever get to play them because who's going to come over apart from Forrest when he's in town and be like, yes, let's sit down and play a 6-hour.
Right.
One of my favorites, which I desperately want you to come over and play, but we'll have to play on a Saturday. But it's a game that I bought, that I have piddled around with, but haven't actually played once, even though it used to be like the #1 game on Board Game Geek, and that is Dominant Species. It is it's an amazing evolution in action game where we are competing species, and then you have the rigors of the environment. It's fucking like 9 or 10 out of 10 on the board game scale. So
I will let you know next time I'm in town, and I will set aside a day to play this fucking game, dude. That sounds amazing.
Sweet.
Speaking of Roll for Initiative, by the way, if anybody's interested out there, we have officially raised over $36,000 for Doctors Without Borders through that series, and that's kind of where I'm calling it. Like that's we have officially done all of the possible streams that are going to benefit the charity. So while it could potentially trickle up from there, like that's actually where we're at right now, and that's the number that I'm going to be asking sponsors if they want to give us more money for next time, because we did that with like $15K in funding. Like we over doubled the initial funding going in. And we would
That's
not
nice. And some of that, the investments that allow you to do that, some of that money carries over. It's like you need a $15,000 initial investment to get this up, but next year you might only need 10 grand to make 20, but if they gave you 30, you might make 80.
Exactly. And like the thing is that 15K came from a variety of different resources. So it wasn't like we invested 15K of our money and then got 30K. Like that was money that wouldn't have been there in the first place. So not only does the extra, money that we made in quote, quote profit, but even the initial investment wouldn't have been there initially anyway. So I call the whole thing profit myself. I don't know if that's the way you're supposed to do it, but in my head, the fact that none of that money would have gone to that charity at all, period, tells me like all of that was just icing on the cake.
I'm gonna
$5.
I'm gonna interrupt and read this super chat.
Yeah, go for it.
And then we got to get back on track because I'm pretty sure Arden brought me in to help speed through the super chats a little bit, and we are not. So $5 from Ryan Taylor. First super chat on the line. We love anti-fascist, anti-genocide streams. Some of these callers gave me such psychic damage. Take a breath. Yeah, you'll be fine in the long run, I hope.
$5 from Alexis Blanco Diaz. I am on the queue to talk about how bad I think socialism is. I think that was the guy. Thanks for the $5. It will go to our socialist network.
$5 for Monkey, a typewriter. Hey, Jimmy, how much for a custom paddle for smacking myself in the forehead? I feel like if I may need it to survive the election, fucking people. It's actually not a bad idea for Jimmy to make head smacking paddles. Maybe with just like a big L on it, and you could just smack it into your head and just walk around like that.
Yeah. I'm so sorry I missed that while he was still here, Monkey. I should have seen that one, but
to be fair, yours at that time was at the bottom of the first page, and we were only looking at the second.
True.
Arden hates you. She told me. $5 a Monkey at typewriter. The thing you have to remember when discussing the finer points of genocide is that the defense is defending the finer points of genocide. Yeah, it's gross, and I totally get the idea that we have to be very careful with our language. I agree with that 100%. I don't think this is up for question at this point. It really just isn't. It is. What I think gets me the most about it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I think it'd be, we got to get to a point where we figure out what to do about it rather than focusing on what it is. Because if we argue about what it is forever, people just keep dying.
Yeah, for real. And like the end of the day, like I think the biggest thing for me is like Israel has killed 35 times as many people as were killed on October 7th. And let's not pretend like October 7th was the beginning of any of this. It fucking wasn't. You can look up, like, this has been a decades-long thing of apartheid and colonialism. And you can very easily look up the amount of dead in Palestine for years and years and years leading up to this. But like, even just from October 7th, we're talking about 25, there's 35 times as many people dead. If you're seriously going to push this self-defense narrative, you punch me, so I punch you, and then 34 other people. Am I the good guy? Like, seriously. Just, $10 from Crystal
This
B,
one I know we
having
did.
such an... Oh, we
This
did?
is the dopamine.
Okay, yep, we certainly did. The dopamine one, yep. Get out of here, Crystal B.
And this one we did as
from
well.
Blackwater Ted. Get out of here, Ted.
All you people you don't get to get read twice.
Get out of here, Skeptic Dank.
There we go.
Alexa wasn't pronouncing. Yeah, Cuba. Yeah.
Okay.
It's maybe.
I don't necessarily know. I'm not going to say that he was necessarily dishonest. I think there was some roadblocks in understanding there, but there was definitely some exaggeration as well. But Jimmy's assessment is Jimmy's assessment, and the problem is that you can complain all day about socialism in Cuba, but that's not what Jimmy and Forrest are advocating for. By the way, not a socialist, but really fucking close on damn near everything. I think the biggest thing is that I'm not that keen on actually adopting the label. It's like Satanism.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I agree with Satanists, and my friends who are, identify as Satanists, we're on the same page. I just have a problem with the name and the label. And when it comes to socialism, I don't have that same problem with the label. I'm just not sure that it's the best way to label who I am or what I am, because I don't necessarily fit neatly into any of the boxes. But I'm definitely more close to being a socialist than anybody who called on the phone today.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things, like there's, like we mentioned, like there's like the purely theory definition, and there's like this historical context definition, and there's a bunch of different meanings to it. And it's like communism. You know what I mean? When you say you're a communist, do you mean that you believe in a classless, moneyless, stateless society? Or do you mean you believe in this fascistic, state capitalist society that we see like in USSR Russia? Or do you mean the kind of revolutionary, violent overthrow to get to a state of socialism, like they talk about with tankies and shit? Like, what do you really mean? There's a lot there. So yeah, it's understandable that people would be hesitant to use the word. $5 from Tim Gill. I just want to remind everyone, early voting has started in several states. Get it in now so you don't have issues on election day. Get it in now so you don't have issues on election day is good advice for a lot of things.
There you go. I'm not waiting until election day to get it in. Soon as early voting's available, I'm jumping in on that. By the way,
yeah, dude.
I was streaming on Twitch and I was restreaming you guys while I played some chess. It is impossible for me to focus on bullet chess while listening to you describe things, and so I lost about 4 or 5 games.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, it's completely your fault. I'm thank you for acknowledging it. But also, I did an amazing rant there on my Twitch about this third-party bullshit, which may come up here in a second. $5 for Monkey to Typewriter. Best lie, just vote your conscience. I believe in you. I'll see you at the polls November 9th. Or tell them to mark everyone except their preferred. The big point that I kind of want to address is, I understand people's frustrations with the system, problems with the electoral college, problems with the two-party system, problems with the people who are actually running, problems with, all this, boom, boom, boom. I would love for there to be another viable option. There's not. There is also no path to a viable third-party vote in any major election that does not embolden the worst of the two current options. So, for example, if you are a left-leaning voter and you vote third party, you are adding strength to the right until that third party actually goes to replace this one. If you're a right-leaning voter and you vote third party, you are strengthening the left because you're pulling votes out of here. There is no path to a viable third party that does not actually give power to the side you're probably more opposed to. And that's a big problem. And the other aspect of this is every single person, yes, Jill Stein and every other one that is trying to run third party are con artists, because they know they will never be elected. They will never be held accountable for the promises and statements they make. They can stand up and spout wonderful sounding ideology with no fucking plan and no practical way to implement that plan and no way for any of this to happen within reality. And even in the weird chance that they get elected, they still won't have to be held accountable for it, because they would need a whole bunch of other Green Party people to get elected to enable and to enact the things they want. And so despite this, which either they are too stupid to know or they are intentionally involved in a con, because what does Jill Stein get out of this? Public attention for her issues, book tour stuff, speaking events, all kinds of stuff. Millions of dollars in donations that aren't going to her because of campaign finance law, but it's still what she can do and what others can do. And they'll never be held accountable for this. They're not just spoilers. I'm not just, screw these. No, this is a genuine problem. Vote your conscience, vote the third-party stuff in primaries to build up a base for them, and then you might have a viable option. But right now, there's no viable option, and none of them will ever be held accountable for anything they say. They just bounce around. They're the ones going, I don't like the system. I don't like the system. I'm here to change the system. I don't like the system. And they have zero plan and zero chance of changing the system.
Yeah. $5 from Larry Fishman. Tell him the lizard people telepathically told you that they'll destroy the Jewish space laser and the 5G mind control machines if he votes for JFK Jr. Like, honestly, it's just if someone's gonna believe anything that comes out of RFK Jr.'s mouth, they might as well believe some crazy shit like that. Yeah.
If the worm crawls out of his mouth, I'll believe it. $5 from Johannes Brahms. Forrest, will you be covering Eric Hoven's new Cringe Fest tonight at the Discovery Center?
Is that a new movie? Did he make a third movie?
I think it may be. I saw some kind of ad or somebody else fisking it the other day. I haven't actually paid any attention to it. I probably should, since I'm going to start doing reaction content, but
Jesus of Christland, it is. And it's on, I've seen some trailers on YouTube, and I'm not seeing the actual thing. But yeah, nope, there it is. He made a third of these. Holy shit, dude. I mean, maybe not, because it's going to cost me $10 to buy it, and I don't know if I'm up for that. I covered his first movie.
Eric, send us a copy. Hey, Eric Hoven, I know that I turned you down for debate, and I will continue to, because you're not all that bright. But if you send a copy of Night at the Discovery Center to Forrest and myself, I can't speak for Forrest yet, but he can be here to agree with this. We will sit down and do a reaction watching video of your thing and put it out on our channels.
The thing is, I already covered Eric's first movie, and it was extremely offensive. The shit that he put in there, and I know like it's from Answers in Genesis, who are already just absolute pseudoscience grifters who push a bunch of bullshit and use absolutely the most disgusting, dishonest tactics to try to frame evolution as this evil thing. But like, I'm already going to have to cover the second one because my comments really, really want me to cover the second one, the Night at the Creation Museum, or the Night at the Ark Encounter. I'm going to watch this anyway. Send me a copy. And if you want to have an actual honest discussion about this stuff, hit me up. We'll talk. No promises to a public debate. I don't know about that. I'd have to talk about you about it. But like, if you want to have a serious discussion, hit me up. We got $5 from Blackwater Ted. It's all fun and games until you learn where artificial raspberry flavoring comes from.
I have no idea. Do you know?
I don't know either.
You look it up while I read this next super chat. Thank you, Blackwater Ted.
Yeah.
$5 from Cindy Sue to help pay for what Forrest did, because I love it even if Jimmy doesn't. I don't know what you did, but you made us $5, so.
Yeah, I don't know either. Supposedly, it comes from a beaver's anal gland secretions.
Really?
That's what the rumor is. I don't know.
Nice beaver.
I don't think this is real. Like that's what everybody's saying. I doubt it very seriously, considering just how much artificial raspberry is used around the country. There's no way we have enough beaver anuses to produce this much. Maybe that was like what it used to be or something, and now we have a chemical. It's castoreum. Everyone's talking about castoreum, which is used in a bunch of other stuff. Source of vanilla flavoring, raspberry flavoring, all these things. Yeah, we have synthetics for these, y'all. I am extremely skeptical that this is the only source for this. I'm not at all grossed out by the fact that it's a source or that it may be the original one. Look up how we do it with fucking, there's crushed up, I forgot what the species is, but these little parasitic bugs that we crush up, and that's where we get the red food dye that's in like all sorts of food makeups, all sorts of things. Like, yeah, we have natural colors and flavors.
I've personally, as a diabetic, eaten enough raspberry Jolly Ranchers to kill every beaver on the planet. So, it just can't be where it all comes from.
Yeah, I'm skeptical. But if anybody has a cool source that can tell me that there's a little bit more about this, I'm into it. $5 from Pandora's Pinata. Love that idea. Just because I, not so, secretly hate Jimmy. Forrest, what are some recent books you recommend? Hold on. What I'm reading right now.
No, I'm not holding on. Forrest is going to run off and get books, and I'm going to read the super chat from Arena Phoenix. Thank you so much. I am so here for Forrest lectures. And I would imagine you're going to get some miniature lecture about a recent book when he comes back from going into his reading room. See, right now, this is just his decorated area with bookshelves that he does shows on. But in the other wing of the mansion, Forrest has a reading room where he keeps the books that he's currently poring over. And he's now returned with some of them. So welcome.
While that isn't true, it's not far off. You'll notice there are some books that are missing from this because I've actually pulled several of these. These are actual books that I use for shit, and they're now over there in that pile where I'm using them to work on a video. And then I have the books over here in this pile, this shelf is for the shit that I'm interested in the moment. And then, yes, actually, the next room over here is my YouTube studio, which also has my reading corner, which the other pile of books that I'm trying to getting through. And then there's the living room pile. And then there are the 3 big shelves in the living room as well. You got to swing by sometime. You've never been up here to my place in Tulsa. You'd love the shelves. There's shelves all over the damn place.
I would love that. And we also, you when you come back down, you will see that all the bookshelves that were in the living room have been moved, and we've turned the guest bedroom into the library, in addition to having a bed and having snakes and quarantine there, so there's no space. But what we have downstairs are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 enclosures, filling up the entire living room wall space except for where the TV is, with 2 black-tailed Crebos, 1 unicolor, a Rankin's dragon, 3. Oh, I'm sorry, there's 15 in there. 3 bearded dragons, a jungle carpet python, a false water cobra, 1, 2, 3, 4 corn snakes. But those are just the ones in the living room.
Jesus of Christland, dude.
I know. The books. You were going to show them the books.
Yeah. So I grabbed this one. It's called Spillover. It's about animal infections in the next human pandemic. This book is actually a little bit older. I think it's from 2012. So like, before COVID and shit, but it's about zoonotic diseases. And that's pretty cool. I haven't actually gotten very much into this one yet because I got distracted, but like it's a really exciting one for me because it's just new frontiers in epidemiology that I've read. I bought this. I always advocate buying textbooks. I just bought this textbook called Principles of Animal Behavior because I wanted to know more about behavioral evolution and stuff. Because I was thinking about doing some research in that later on when I'm done with this degree. I wanted to go and do some other stuff. So this is just a book on ethology, on like what animal behaviors are all about and how they evolve and where they come from and what they do. And they're pretty cool. And so I've been really enjoying that. And I was going to run out in the other room and grab it, but who cares? I just bought a collection of Harlan Ellison stories because I wanted to read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream for spooky season. It's a very cool short story that everybody should read. It takes about 30 minutes to read. It's a lot of fun. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a really fun one that you should all look up. I think I can get a full text PDF here and put it in the chat.
Sweet. $10 from Emery King. Okay, but I agree with both of you about formal education and think there's some valid points on both sides. Did you just read this?
No.
Okay. All right, then let me give it the attention it actually deserves here. Okay, but I agree with both of you about formal education and think there's some valid points on both sides. I would love to see you two debate this. Wall, for real, go fuck yourself, Jimmy and Forrest. Thanks for being you. So I'm pretty sure this was for you and Forrest when this came in.
Me and
so I don't think you and I have to, you and Jimmy when this came in. I don't think you and I have to actually debate anything here.
So I found one, but it downloads a PDF instantly. So I'm going to put that. Oh, well, fuck. Hold on. No, I can't do that. I'm going to try to find a different one then. God damn it. I'm trying to find a good PDF. This one? There we go. All right. Let me scroll and just double check. There's a couple of things I need to see. Yep. There we go. Here's a decent one. Blah. There's a PDF of it. Emery King sent $10. Okay, but I
just read that.
With both of you about 4. Oh, fuck.
Here we go. There's this one, and nobody can see your PDF, by the way.
God damn it. Hold on. I'll fucking find it. Sneaking it at the last minute to give Jimmy another chance to say my name right. Love you guys. Keep up the good work. Zachary Hrenick? Zachary Hrenick? I'll say Hrenick.
Zachary Herrick. I don't know what I could be wrong.
I might be doing the thing. Might be doing the thing where I just invent letters.
Oh, this is going to be bad. So sorry. $5 from Emery King. Here's $5 to make Jimmy stay 5 more minutes. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Emery. Jimmy left and I came in to be moderately useless. So
there's what's annoying here is that can I copy the link? I copy the link. I put the link. There it is. Take that one. That Open Lab one. That one worked for me, and I really like the way that one's laid out. Way better. It's actually like just
I don't see
more
what you're
nicely,
talking about.
I just put it in the chat.
You put it
Oh,
in
you
chat.
put it in chat. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying you were going to put the PDF up on screen. I thought you were trying to show something. I misunderstood you.
Well, I just, for everybody who clicked the last link, delete it and click this link instead, because I like, there's on one of the pages towards the end, there's this brief little paragraph where one of the characters, says some stuff about hate, and the way that the text is written is as important as what the text actually is. And so, like, this one is just better than the other one. I like it a lot better because it's centered and it's like this block is great. $5 from W Man. Let's all just come together and play some Marui 3. What's Marui 3?
I have no idea. I went to go look it up, and now I'm finding something that's like a story of Marui 3, but everything I keep comes up a suggestion that I meant Mario. So
maybe
I have no idea.
Maybe this person did.
The super chat page is acting up just a little bit. $5 from Homespun covers. Why can Trump remember person, woman, man, camera, TV, but not remember how to say Kamala? He does sometimes. And to be fair, I've messed it up as well. I messed it up earlier today. And part of the problem in my case is that I'm a huge like Marvel simp. And there's Kamala Khan, spelled exactly the same way, pronounced differently, and then Kamala Harris. And so I go back and forth between reality and the MCU, and occasionally it looks like I'm going to mess it up, but I will always try to correct it. And like I was saying in chat, my only objection to ever calling her call her Kamala all the time, whatever. It's only in sentences where it's like Trump and Kamala. There's a disparity there that just personally irks me just the slightest little bit. And I'm like, if you're going to mention both of them, I'd like it to be equitable, like Trump Harris or Donald Kamala. I get it. It's not a big deal at all. And she likes it. And I think it's probably in the best interest for everybody to just keep calling her Mama, Kamala, and Pajamalas and get it done.
$5 from Jake B. Jake from Unitard Tortoises. Nice. Enjoying your content every day. The problem is that like I do this dumbass bit of changing around the abbreviations of state names, and then I find ones that I like, and my brain latches onto them. And so Illinois is always iridescent langoustines for me. It just is. And it's hard to get out of that now. It's weird.
$5 from Zachary Herrick. Did you hear about the little person psychic who robbed a bank? Small, medium, at large.
There you go. There you go. $5 from Tim Gill. Also, thank you all. Tonight was a miserable work night, and the four of you are keeping me smiling way too well.
Yay.
I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here to hang out.
And the callers. It's more funny when there's callers. $5 from Darth Vadent. One of the main objections to voting for Harris Walls is I was doing better under Trump. That's why I'm voting for him. How would you respond to it? I'm not familiar with who was actually doing better under Trump, other than, like the extremely wealthy. But to whatever extent, it's not just about, let's say I was doing better under Trump than under Biden. Does that mean that the nation is doing better under Trump than under Biden? I could be a weird exception. I could just be making $1 million selling Trump t-shirts. So of course I want him to stick around. But I tend to look at the data in an aggregate sense for what the norms are, what the trends are. And so looking at how we dealt with COVID, looking at how we dealt with the supply line issues after that, looking at the massive spike in inflation and the trend towards potentially reducing it. But for me, as a largely financial idiot, I think the numbers work out that financially we're better off and will be along this trend. I mean, Trump stole Obama's financial changes, and Obama just roasted him for it just yesterday. It was a really good clip. But the fact that I might have been doing better under Trump than I am under Biden doesn't mean the nation is. And I'm looking at those numbers, and I'm also caring about, like, I have bucket loads of privilege. I'm never going to get pregnant. Barring some miracle or what's that?
I said, I'll change my religion if you do.
Yeah. Well, science could give me a womb and do that, but I think I'm just too old. But I'm not going to get pregnant. And so I could just sit here and go, yep, I don't care. But I do care because I have people in my life who can get pregnant. And even if I didn't have people directly in my life who can get pregnant, I still give a shit about the people who can get pregnant. Similarly, I care about the LGBTQIA plus people. There's so many things to care about. And then they're like, oh, well, how can you vote for the genocide? First of all, if that were the only issue, I'd be stuck, because I genuinely think that Trump is going to be worse for that issue and a number of other foreign policy issues. But to the extent that neither of them are likely to fix the situation in Gaza, let's just make that one a wash and look at all the other things that we can compare. That's how I would have to do that. If it were the case that Trump was publicly opposed to a genocide and advocating for an actual plan, I would have to spend some time seriously considering whether a Trump candidacy is better or not. But that is one of several issues.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is like, that's what I was trying to get across in that whole conversation. I genuinely still do not know if that caller understands what I was coming from. Is like, we were talking about harm reduction. We're not talking about a perfect solution. We're not talking about the best candidate. We're not talking about like getting reforming America. We are talking about reducing the real harm done to real people here in the real world. And that for me means you have to fucking vote for Harris now. I don't care if you like it. That's what you have to do now. Like, that is the best way to prevent more harm to more people. Like, it's the best possible thing you get with Harris, or I could say the worst thing that you would get under Harris presidency is the status quo. That's
like, I genuinely, I've listened to it. I've listened to you guys talk about it. I've listened to Jimmy talk to people about it. Listening to the people who are calling in to support Trump, they just don't even understand that they are voting against their own best interests in many ways. Mm-hmm. And they bounce around to the things that they supposedly care about. And whenever you bring up the facts that show that they're, wrong or potentially wrong about the thing they care about, they just move on to the next thing. They're like creationists. There's a Gish Gallop for Trump. And when I sit here, I'm like, if you were a one issue voter and abortion was your only issue, I could see why you'd want to vote for Trump. Actually, you don't need to anymore, because you already accomplished that during his first term. So you don't even need that one anymore. But if you'd like to, keep abortion illegal and ensure that people are likely to die from miscarriages and problems like that, by all means, you should vote for Trump. That said, I'm unaware of any other. Well, I suppose if you're opposed to equality and fairness and equity for the LGBTQIA community, then yeah, you should definitely vote for Trump there as well too. But basically, it's like, if you don't give a shit about people who can get pregnant or people who are queer, yeah, you can do that. But there's not a foreign policy reason to vote for Trump. There's not a financial reason to vote for Trump. There's very little in the way of environmental concern reasons to vote for Trump. I mean, I wish the Democrats were doing a lot more on climate change, but at least they acknowledge that there's an issue there.
Yeah, that is, people pretend that they're like, oh, you like Harris, but can you tell me without mentioning Donald Trump, what are some reasons you like Harris? One of the first things I would say is climate change. One of the first things is like, yeah, I can give you some policies that I actually like about her. Things like the child tax credit and the new homeowners tax credit. I think those are great for young people and for stimulating the economy. I think it's awesome. But like, the biggest
personally,
thing
I like the $50,000 for small businesses.
Yeah. But like, the biggest thing of all is the fact that she fucking believes that science is real. That to me, honestly, that's huge. It's just
big reasons to vote.
glob, dude.
Big reason to vote for Kamala that don't involve Trump: climate change, Roe v. Wade, LGBTQIA rights. I probably could come up with 2 more, but I'll just go with those 3.
Go to guides.vote and you can find several more.
Yes, get that link up there. $5 from Bugs4306. Been watching for years. Thanks to both of you for all you do. I've been an agnostic atheist for years now, and you help me see through the BS. Thanks so much, Bugs. I will take I take your gratitude in stride, even though it was probably meant for Jimmy, and I got in late. But I'll take it. Thank you.
It empowers us. $5 from Mike Schultz. Want to say thank you and hello to Jimmy, Arden, Forrest, and Matt. Did I hear something about Jimmy having a podcast? Give it the great work and go fuck yourself, Jimmy.
Yeah, you should go to Jimmy's wanted to have a podcast because I was on it today.
Nah, Jimmy wanted to have a podcast, but he decided against it. That's what he told me. Wait, are we saying Jimmy has a podcast?
I don't know.
For real?
I don't know what anything.
He lied to me.
I just work here.
$5 from Peak Anemone. How can I be more involved in political activism as a PIMO JW? I managed to vote in secret using a post office box, but would love to do more. So JW's Joe's Witness. I don't know what PIMO
Physically
is.
in, mentally out, according to Google.
Holy crap!
Okay,
is that a common enough acronym that any of us would have been expected to get that? And maybe it's within like the JW community.
I thought it was like Rhino, like it was like a pimp in memory only. You know what I mean? Like it was something cool like that. You know.
Well, I'm glad you managed to vote, and I can appreciate the fact that you'd love to do more. But if you're still physically in, whether or not you're mentally out is a separate issue. You need to make sure that you're taking care of yourself, and voting in secret using a PO box is certainly a start. There may be ways that you can contribute. I don't know your financial situation or anything else to campaigns where people don't know about it. But I'd say that if you're using a secret post office box to vote, maybe you're doing enough.
You're taking a lot of risk. Stay safe.
I don't even have a secret post office box. Like people will email on occasion and be like, hey, do you have a post office box where I could send you a gift? I made you whatever. Nope. And I don't even have a post office box set up for our business where we can go there on occasion. If somebody's making a secret post office box so their religious family members don't know how they're voting, you're doing great, Pink Anemone. Thank you.
For real. I do have a post office box. It's P.O. Box 1810, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma 74013. Send hats. Send your hats there.
Isn't that where
and I will wear them sometimes or not? I don't know.
Isn't that where Blake Shelton's from?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know where anything.
I know he's from Oklahoma.
Bill Hader's from around here too.
He's from Ada, Oklahoma.
It's pretty far away from here. It's going to be a little while.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bill Hader is from my hometown, if I remember correctly. He's either from Tulsa or from Broken Arrow. And those are they are the same. They're right next to each other. They're actually continuous, the towns are.
Broken Arrow, for those of us who were in the Navy, that's the code for when a nuclear weapon drops. Like if you're loading nuclear weapons, well, actually, I wouldn't necessarily have to be a nuclear weapon, but if you're loading weapons onto something and one of them drops and hits a deck, you get Broken Arrow.
Huh. That's crazy. So Broken Arrow is in the northeastern corner of the state where Tulsa is. Like I said, the towns are literally touching each other. You won't notice the difference if you drive through one to the other. And at the very southern border of Oklahoma is a town called Broken Bow. I don't know why they did it this way. But that's, I don't know. 200 Arabian rhinoceros scrotums from Olivia B. In my country, the third party one. They found out they don't really have a plan. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know where this is from. Argentina, maybe?
Argentina.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there are on occasion third-party candidates that I'd love to be supportive of. I wish Bernie could run as a third-party candidate. I wish he didn't have to keep running as a Democrat. But Bernie at least understands this shit better than almost anybody else, that in order to have any shot at this, he had to run as a Democrat. And you don't get to complain when the Democratic Party doesn't embrace you when you're a fair-weather Democrat. As much as I love Bernie, that's just the way the parties work. $5 from Cosplay Cat. It was really great talking to you, Forrest. Most of what I've learned about biology has been from you or Gutsick Gibbon. Keep up the good work. Aren't they awesome?
Thank you.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We're friends. So I don't like, padding his ego and everything. But watching Erika, especially, and Forrest a little bit less, teach people stuff is, I learn something every time. It's amazing. There.
Oh, thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Kat. Stay cool. Feel free to call in. If you want to call in, Kat, next time I'm on Skeptalk and ask a detailed question, we have time to dig into it, I'm down with that. I don't know which one it is. I'm just going to go for it. $10 from Wrench Rabbit. Informative and run show tonight. I think there was supposed to be another adjective in there. Who knows?
I'm going to say it's fun. Informative and fun show. Because
right,
F and R are right next to each other on the keyboard.
That makes sense. Informative and fun show tonight, Forrest. I'd love to hear more on your thoughts in anarcho-socialism and thoughts on Kropotkin's mutual aid. Simply, just so we get through it, anarcho-socialism, otherwise known as social anarchism, the fundamental core principle is that liberty and equality are inextricably linked, that you can't really have one functionally without the other. So anarchist thinking is just, like in this model, is not individualist anarchism. It is a social broad thing. So you're not talking about, I can do whatever I want, nobody can tell me what to do. You're talking about your whole society and dismantling systems of power that are not useful to the entire society. Every power structure, every institution needs to constantly be justifying its existence. Otherwise, it is changed or dismantled. It's a lot like science in that way. You see why I like it. And then the socialist outlook is the financial side, that workers own the means of production, that the profits of work benefit the workers first, that there isn't a hierarchical power structure, that everything is democratized. That plays back into the anarchist side. So yeah, social anarchism, otherwise known as anarcho-socialism, sometimes also called libertarian socialism, although I've seen that used in different ways that isn't good. Here we get into the words and the sticky definitions of things, but yeah, check it out. It's a lot of fun. It's pretty cool.
And I'm about 95%. I'm in about 95% agreement with all of that, and the 5% that I disagree on, I'm probably wrong.
Who knows?
$5 from Emery King. I'll listen to you and Forrest debate something too. Haha. But Forrest, in the future, argue with Jimmy about education.
Sure. There's a reason why I stick to higher ed. I'm fully for free education for everybody. That's why I do what I do. But higher ed does have a purpose, and I think that
if it wasn't already closing in on 10:30, I would look for something for us to debate. But we'll do it another time because there's only 3 super chats left after this one.
We should debate whether or not you should get an axolotl. $4.99 from Sean Bartle. Snopes says castoreum from beavers can be used in perfume, but is not often in food, though it is FDA approved. Good old Snopes. Love Snopes. Snopes is fun.
By the way, on the axolotl front, I was the one of the two of us that was closest to actually getting an axolotl because we worked a couple of reptile expos next to a really nice couple that were selling axolotls. I really liked theirs. But Arden's view is that essentially they're fish and she doesn't want to keep fish. And she's not wrong, because while I had a beautiful betta fish that eventually died, and I love aquariums and stuff like that, fish care and breeding just isn't our strong suit. We got to stick with the reptiles. And so we probably won't have an axolotl.
If we were to have a debate, it would either be you say that you shouldn't and I say you should get an axolotl, or it'll be you say you should get an axolotl and I'll debate that you should get more axolotls.
There are lots of things I like about them. I do love the fact that they are a pet that people are keeping, and with some variety, because they're pretty much extinct in the wild. And with only captive bred populations to possibly rebuild the wild populations. I like that they're at least popular. It's wild that they've bred them with, glow in the dark genes and all kinds of stuff like that. But just making sure that they're not going extinct, even if they're just in captivity, is a big start.
I'm on because I wanna a week from today at the same time. So 6 p.m. a week from today. The person in the chat called Kingdom of Trump, who says that less government and more individual freedom and shit. Call in next week when I'm on, and I'll tell you why I agree with you and why you're actually agreeing with anarcho-socialism. It'll be great.
Kingdom of Trump is such a fucking cuck. He comes into almost every show, says some dumb shit, gets banned by the mods, and never calls in. He's a fucking coward.
Isn't he the same one with what was it? It's like Jesus Voice or something like that. Yeah. I've seen that dude show up in like the past 4 shows I'm on and always says a bunch of dumb shit and gets banned after calls are closed. After the lines are closed, says a bunch of dumb shit and then he gets banned and then he's like, I can't call in. God.
We're getting ready to get guilty.
666 sent a $5 super sticker with high fives. Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucy. High five. Wait, I can do it.
Oh, yeah.
Like if I go down and you go up.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we just do it really fast, eventually the timing might end up where
connect. Y'all don't understand. It's friendship.
$5 from Carissa Grimm, just for Matt so he knows he's loved too. Oh, thank you. It's nice to,
hell yeah,
not be hated by everybody.
$5 from Akira. Thanks for what you do, guys. Thank you for watching, and thank you for your $5. We're going to enjoy all of those $5. They will be equally.
Are you ready?
Amongst all of us who worked.
Are you ready to be guilted?
Yes.
$5 from Emery King. Well, now I've spent $25 for no one to argue. Just kidding. Love all you. Keep up the great work. Forrest and I will definitely argue about something at some point, somehow. Either for realsies or for funsies. I'm not sure which one. And you know what'll end up happening is either one of us will change the other one's mind, or neither will change anybody's mind, but we'll have a better understanding of it. But I'll tell you what won't happen. We're not going to throw a fit and fucking hate each other and run off out of somewhere else.
Right?
It's absolutely wild. Because these, we do a lot of these shows. Matter of fact, Arden on the schedule. Why don't you remind everybody what's coming up here on the network?
Sure thing. Tomorrow night, Jimmy and I will be back here at 6 p.m. again for another Cause I Wanna. On Sunday, Matt and Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels will be doing the early show, and then Seth Andrews and Eva's Framed will be doing the late show at 7. Monday will be Erika Guts at Gibbon with Aaron Adair. Erika with Aaron Adair. So that'll be great. Even Alyssa will be on Chewed Gum, and then Matt will have Jimmy on the Hang Up. So you guys, if you just can't get enough of this crew. And then TACIS next week will be Ben and Josie Caballero. And then like Forrest said, he'll be back here on the show next Friday. So
although if I'm doing Wednesday with Jimmy, and Jimmy decides to bail again in the middle of it, we could just get Forrest to come in and read the super chats.
I'll be in class, but fuck it, I'll stream from class. I'll be
just pick up your phone and be like, hang on a second, class. I got a couple super chats to read.
Yeah. Let me tell you why your God isn't real. Also, here's how this fucking embryo develops. Look at this.
It's amazing. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you to Forrest and Jimmy and to Arden for producing this, to all of our moderators, everybody in chat, and to the people who called in. Arden just read off a list of all the other shows. You can support this channel by clicking like, subscribe. Just subscribing to the channel. You can go to linemerch.com and go to patreon.com/calltheline for more stuff from us. Take care.